Good afternoon and welcome to today's City Council and Authorities Concurrent Meeting. Could you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for our Statement of Values? I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
As we gather, we humbly seek blessings upon this meeting. May we act with strength, courage, and will to perform our obligations and duties to our people with justice to all. Let us seek wisdom so that we may act in the best interest of our people, our neighbors, and our country. All this we ask so we may serve our community with fairness and respect, putting their needs before all.
Thank you. Please be seated. A roll call, Assistant City Clerk.
Vice Mayor, Vice Chair Hardy.
Present.
Council Member, Board Member O'Neill.
Present.
Council Member, Board Member Davis.
Here.
Council Member, Board Member Watanabe.
Here.
Council Member, Board Member Shahal.
Present.
And Mayor and Chair Gilmore.
Present.
Thank you. May I read the
Yes, please.
announcement? AB 23 announcement, members of the Santa Clara Stadium Authority, Sports and Open Space Authority, and Housing Authority are entitled to receive $30 for each attended meeting. Statement of behavioral standards. The City of Santa Clara has adopted a code of ethics and values and behavioral standards for public meetings to promote and maintain the highest levels of conduct. This includes mutual respect, robust discussion, and allowing city business to be done in an efficient and consistent manner. Please note that as a presiding officer, the mayor and the chair's direction in matters of process and decorum should be followed, and that use of the gavel indicates all conversations must conclude and everyone in attendance should come to order and attention. Welcome and thank you for your participation.
Thank you for that, Nora. And I'm going to go ahead and remove my mask. As most of you can see, we have a few more council members in the chambers today. We have Council Member O'Neill and Councilmember Watanabe that came especially for our Commit to Action task force item that will be later on in the agenda. And then we had our late arriving special guest, Vice Mayor Hardy, who's up front here, who's been our frequent visitor here. So we are making sure I'm at least 9 feet away from everyone. And of course, they got their tape measure out to make sure they measured everything so that everyone's safe, but so you can hear me a little bit better and it's clearer. I'm removing my mask, but just to let you know, we're practicing our social distancing. So I want to just make an opening statement. The City of Santa Clara continues to take unprecedented steps as we comply with the County of Santa Clara's Public Health Department order and guidance to prevent and slow the spread of COVID-19, including the following of social distance protocol and the use of face coverings. For today's meeting, the city is implementing a Zoom feature to allow public participation from the safety of your own home. Members of the public can join via the link or call into the Zoom meeting displayed on the screen now. If you would like to speak on an agenda item or during public presentations, please raise your hand on the Zoom application or press *9 on your phone. Please only raise your hand while the item you are seeking to speak on is being presented. Staff will enter your name or the last 4 digits of your phone number, and I will call on you to speak. As a friendly reminder, members of the public have 2 minutes to speak on an agenda item and 3 minutes on public presentations, and those are topics that are not on the agenda. Prior to each agenda item, staff will lower each hand to ensure that members of the public that are requesting to speak are requesting under a certain appropriate agenda item. You may also submit your comments on the e-comment feature available on the Santa Clara Legistar page or via public comment at santaclaraca.gov. And the comments will be read into the record. Our city cafeteria is open for members of the public so that they have an opportunity to speak if you do come down to City Hall. We have implemented strict social distancing measures in the cafeteria as well. In addition to the social distancing, all of us in city government have been practicing frequent hand washing and environmental cleaning, as the public health community has frequently reminded us to do. So I want to thank all of you, all Santa Clarans, for your efforts in following this very serious steps we are all taking as we shelter in place and only conduct essential activities that are critical for the health and safety of our community. So thank you for that. Okay. Before we go into the agenda, there's a lot that has happened in the world, so much, especially in the last 3 weeks, but there was a special incident that happened that I would like to ask the council and the public to join me in a moment of silence to mourn the loss of Ruth Bader Ginsburg, Supreme Court Justice. And maybe without her, some of us that are sitting up here wouldn't be here today. So I would like to take a moment to mourn the loss of a stalwart of the American justice system, Supreme Court Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg, who served on the Supreme Court since 1993. Ruth Bader Ginsburg's venerable career spanned over 6 decades. Since the early part of her career, Justice Ginsburg focused her energy and talent on promoting women's rights and gender equality through initiatives such as the Women's Right Law Reporter, a law journal dedicated to the study of women's rights, and the Women's Rights Project under the auspices of the American Civil Liberties Union. As a Supreme Court justice, she wrote the court's opinion on the case which struck down the Virginia Military Institute's male-only admissions policy. She was also given credit for inspiring the Lilly Ledbetter Fair Pay Act, which helped to make it easier for employees to win pay discrimination claims. Justice Ginsburg's quest for equality for all was evident in her opinions and decisions on matters ranging from voting rights to affirmative action. Her legacy will live on as a benefit to those whose lives were impacted by her wisdom. Let us now have a moment of silence to honor the life and legacy of Supreme Court Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg. Thank you all for that. All right, moving on to our agenda. First item we have is continuances, exceptions, and we have our new reconsiderations here on the agenda. So do we have any council members, first of all, with continuances, exceptions, or reconsiderations? Seeing none. City staff or the members of the public?
Mayor,
Yes.
under public hearing general business, item number 3, the council can elect to hear the item under this section of the agenda or the later part of the agenda, whichever is the preference of the council.
Can we hear it the later part of the agenda? We have a lot of special orders of business, so
Sure,
let's
absolutely.
hear it there, if that's okay with everyone. Okay. So I don't see any other hands. So we're going to move on to our first special order of business, which is the Neighborhood Watch Program. And we are fortunate today to have our Chief of Police here in the chambers. So Chief, are you taking over the Neighborhood Watch?
In a sense, I guess I am.
Are you doing
Yes,
the presentation?
I'm going to do the presentation.
Okay, thank you very much. Welcome.
Well, thank you for having me here.
Do
Perfect.
we want Chief to go there or to come to the podium? Or is that? There is good? Okay.
This works.
All right, thank you.
So, yeah, this was a request from council to do a little overview of our Neighborhood Watch program. So I wanted to just talk about the program in general and a little bit about what's happened and changed since the pandemic. So what is Neighborhood Watch? It's basically a crime prevention program. If you think about the city, you know, of 130,000 people, and at any time during the day, there are only a handful of officers that are out patrolling the city. So your best crime prevention person is your neighbor. And that's really what Neighborhood Watch is all about. You get your neighbors together, they look out for each other, and they learn about some simple crime prevention strategies. And they can do that through meetings. Now, Neighborhood Watch has been in existence since 1972, so it's a long-standing program. And it continues to evolve in that now there is currently things like Business Watch. So over the lifetime, Santa Clara Police Department has started their crime prevention Neighborhood Watch since 1987. And since that time, we've had 130 Neighborhood Watches. Now, like anything else, these programs come and go, and you know, people move, groups change, and you know, some people are very invested and others aren't. So currently, we have about 42 active Neighborhood Watch groups in our city. And even though we're in a pandemic, we're not sitting, you know, by. We are actually switching to virtual meetings. So just recently, we've had 12 virtual Neighborhood Watch meetings, which actually helped with creation of 11 new Neighborhood Watch groups. So it's been very successful, even with the restrictions that we're under. So when you have a Neighborhood Watch meeting, you can cover a variety of topics. And like, again, the most important thing is you get to know your neighbors. And once you get to know your neighbors, you build that relationship where you want to watch out for each other. So you can talk about things like crime statistics, what's suspicious, what should people call for? You know, I know from my experiences as an officer, the only time we ever catch a burglar is when the neighbors call and say, hey, someone is breaking into my neighbor's house. And that happens very, you know, frequently, and it's the best tool we have. You can also talk about things like, you know, how to protect your vehicle. You know, we have, you know, like catalytic theft converter, you know, the theft of catalytic converters right now. So how do you prevent that? How do you protect your home? These are all items that you can talk about in Neighborhood Watch meetings. So here's an example of kind of an area of what we're talking about when you say Neighborhood Watch. It's a geographical location. So you have, you know, this is up off of Lick Mill, and it's got, you know, several large apartment buildings, and it's in a geographic area. And so every neighborhood has their own specific group. Now, unfortunately, again, because of the pandemic, one of the big programs that the Neighborhood Watch organizes is the National Night Out. But unfortunately for this year, we've had to cancel it. You know, usually this event is a great event where all the neighbors get together, you meet in the front, you have a potluck, you do everything that you can't do right now, unfortunately. So we've had to cancel this year. But it is so popular, we've already put down a date, so mark your calendars, Tuesday, August 3rd, 2021, we will be having the next National Night Out. Another aspect of the program that we're looking at is actually changing the name. You have Neighborhood Watch. It sounds like, you're keeping an eye on things, but maybe it's in a negative light. So we're looking at, do we want to change it to, police neighborhood outreach, a neighborhood police partnership? We're going to come up with, talk to our groups and get some input from the community to see what they'd like to do. But we're going to basically look for a new name that represents us a little bit better than just that we're watching. So if you're interested in starting up a Neighborhood Watch, just contact our crime prevention unit. The phone number's there on the screen. It's 615-4876. Or you can go to our website and send us an email, and we can get you set up right away. It's a great program, and the more programs we have like this in the city, the safer we'll be as a community. So thank you.
Thank you, Chief. That's great. And I know a lot of people are excited about this, to watch over their neighborhoods for their neighbors. So I'll be anxious to hear what your new name is for your Neighborhood Watch program. Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to acknowledge how much I appreciate this report, and also the fact that Rivermark recently re-engaged their Neighborhood Watch. And thank you to Sergeant Tyson Shearer and CSO Gina Libido, who have, initially we had a meeting at the substation and had a nice outreach with about 15 neighborhood residents, and had a great meeting, and then COVID happened. But at the same time, they've had, I think, about 3 or 4 Zoom meetings, and people are still participating, and we've gotten a couple of other neighborhoods actively involved as well now. And it was really good, especially during COVID, because, you know, things were happening and cars were being broken into. So it was really good that the program started up again when it did, and there are more people getting involved, and just that it gives people the opportunity, like you said, to get to know their neighbors. And even in some people have gotten involved not realizing that they were really acting like a neighborhood watch. And so it gives the ability for people to ask questions and have confidence that it's okay to call the police about this or ask a question. I mean, I think it gives communities better access to the police department as well, to be able to just feel good about, you know, what's happening in their neighborhood and get advice. So thank you so much for bringing the program forward again.
Okay, thank you. Any other council members? I think I have a hand, a member of the public, Suds Jane. Mr. Jane, are you on the line?
Yes, I am. This is Suds Jane. I think it's a really terrific program. I've hosted National Night Out parties for over 15 years. I've been a neighborhood watch captain for over 10 years, and I really want to appreciate Gina Lobito. She just had a meeting for our neighborhood this past August. So in 2011, I gave a presentation to the Citizens Advisory Committee about Cupertino's award-winning Block Leader Program. That Block Leader Program identifies leaders in neighborhoods, and they couple the Neighborhood Watch with their CERT program, so that it can identify people that have ham radios in their neighborhood. And what they do, the city of Cupertino provides a guidebook to all block leaders. They get an ID card, so if a block leader needs to go knock on a neighbor's door, they can identify themselves and people don't get suspicious. And the city provides training on how to meet and maintain contact with neighbors. And then new and established block leaders meet twice a year to trade tips. I think that would be a really great program to initiate. I know we did one about the ACEs and RACES program probably about 3 years ago, but it would be great if the neighborhood watch captains could meet regularly and trade tips. Thank you very much. Bye.
Thank you. I don't see any other hands. Do we have any other member of the public? Not seeing that. All right. Thank you so much, Chief. Good luck with that, and let us know how we can continue to help and get involved. Thank you. All right. So our next, our next special order of business, and this one's a sad one, recognize our city librarian, Hillary Keith, for her service to the city of Santa Clara. So, as a special order of business this evening, we would like to honor City Librarian Hillary Keith and thank her for her dedicated service to the city of Santa Clara. City Librarian Hillary Keith began her service to the city in April 2014 when she was hired to be our city librarian. During her tenure with the city, Ms. Keith positioned the Santa Clara City Library as an innovative, award-winning organization. Among her many notable accomplishments include the opening and 5-year celebration of the North Side Branch Library, the renovation of the Mission Branch Library, and the implementation of numerous innovative programs such as karaoke bookmobile, and I think she was an excellent singer there as well, Comic-Con, the DMV kiosks in Central Library, and the Mamava lactation pod, which I think is just tremendous. Through her creativity and hard work, Ms. Keith helped raise the profile of the Santa Clara City Library as a major community resource. Ms. Keith has demonstrated a true commitment of service to the Santa Clara community And after 6 years of distinguished service, Ms. Keith retired from the City of Santa Clara effective September 19th, 2020. Can we change that to 21 or 22? Do we have the power to do that, council? I don't know. As a special order of business, the council will recognize and thank our city librarian, Hillary Keith, for her exceptional service and dedication to the community with this proclamation honoring her many, many achievements and services to our city. And I, for one, am very, very grateful, Hillary, for everything you've done for our community, especially how you reinvented library services in Santa Clara, the Central Library. You made them not just libraries, but community centers where people really, really felt safe and felt at home. So I know you're on the line right now, but I wish you were here in person. But we have the proclamation here for you, so I'll make sure that we get that for you. And I think you're on the line. Is Hillary on the line? Do we have her? Because I'm sure she'd like to say words. Hillary.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, City Council. Thank you. That was, I'm speechless, which is unusual for me. No, this is, it's a team effort. And what do they say? Teamwork makes the dream work. And it really is the case at the library. With your leadership and the City Council's leadership, we really were able to accomplish a lot. Plus, I had a fantastic board of library trustees, as well as a creative staff, talented staff, and and the community. I mean, how supportive and engaged was the community. So it's a win-win situation for me, and it was a pleasure every minute. And I think you once said it was a roller coaster ride, and it was, and I enjoyed it very much. And I thank you for this honor.
Thank you, Hillary. We have some council comments. The first I have is Councilmember Davis.
Oh, thank you, Mayor. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hoorah. Okay. Hillary, I remember when you first were hired under the old administration, and at that time you were categorized as a Rolls Royce of city librarians. And Kathy Watanabe was the president of the trustees and had to put the blessing on your hiring. So now that she's a council member, it makes it all the better that you have been here and have graced us with everything that you have brought to. Number one, I have to give kudos to the North Side Library. I remember when that was going up and we had the beam signing, and I looked at that and I said, we're going to need a bigger library. It was amazing to me, the people that came out and celebrated, and that the programs that you brought there for the families in that neighborhood, I'm sure they're going to miss you, and they're going to thank you for everything that you've done for them there. I also commend you on Comic-Con for bringing all of the new people to the Central Park Library. And I do have to give a shout out to your comrade in arms, Guav, because he was with you that whole time working with the IT, and I know that he worked very hard with you for that.
Yes, indeed.
And the bookmobile, a major community benefit, such a great success. And the fact that you were able to work that out with Carlene Matchniff and the Irvine Company and turn that into a karaoke fun. I think before you leave, we're going to have to get Manuel Pineda there to do a tribute to Silicon Valley Power and make him do a little song and dance for us. So hopefully we'll get that out. I like that idea too. I love that. And then I remember we had, communication things were kind of going on, and I asked you about like a newsletter to council so that we would know what was going on. And you graciously agreed to do that. And I appreciate getting that newsletter all the time because it gives the council a snapshot of everything that's kind of going on, because we are very busy and you are very busy and the community is very busy, but it just helps get out the word. And we like coming to your events. And I know the mayor and Kathy Watanabe and Teresa O'Neill have been to many of them. So I'm going to miss you, Hillary. I think that you did a stellar job when you were here. And I don't know if you're going back into the library business or you're going to retire, really retire. But I think that we owe you a standing ovation for what you have done for our city and our community. So thank you and good luck in your retirement.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Davis. I appreciate that.
Thank you. We'll go through the comments first. And Councilmember Davis, you have to prove to us your standing, okay, when it comes to that. All right. Councilmember O'Neill.
I am not sure.
Thank you. I'm also going to be very sorry to see Hillary leave Santa Clara, and I know a lot of Santa Clarans, once the library is open and Hillary's not there, and at all the events. And I particularly want to thank you, Hillary, for not just being our librarian, but that you participated in so many community events and were like a representative of the city at all kinds of things. I mean, I think you really immersed yourself in Santa Clara when you moved here, and I particularly remember seeing you at the Firehouse Run several times, and as I recall, I think you won your age group a couple of times. So I just want... Yeah. So I wish you all the best, and we're going to miss you. And I know whatever community you go to and settle in, I know you'll get involved, and you'll be a great community member and leader, just as you were here in Santa Clara. So best of luck to you.
Thank you, Councilmember O'Neill.
Thank you. I think I saw Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Hillary, for all the contribution. Basically, during your tenure, the library has really evolved from the just being books place to real social place for the community. I've seen so much transition, and I give due credit to your leadership for doing that. And I think countrywide libraries are evolving, but I was so happy to see libraries evolve in our city with all the accessory programs like Comic-Con and social gatherings for different type of programs happening. And I know we were fighting for the reopening of Northside Library, and I appreciate all your help during that time. So you're strong pillar to support reopening of the Northside Library. And I enjoyed your presence on the board of Library Foundation and your reports to the board, and that was a Friends of Library board I'm talking about. So, and one thing I saw while you were as a library head, the great staff nurturing. I think you gave so much delegation to the staff to work around whatever they wanted to do in different libraries. And that really showed your leadership, that you don't hesitate to delegate the work and let them perform what they were trying to do to make the libraries even better. So thank you for your service, and enjoy your retirement, and you really deserve it. Thank you. Although we will miss you, thank you.
I'll miss you too.
Thank you, Councilmember Chahal. Vice Mayor Hardy.
Thank you. Hillary, this is Karen. I'd like to thank you for being so forward-thinking and putting so many things online so that when we had shelter in place, so many of our residents did have the possibility of still checking out books and using their time productively and checking out videos and things like that. And then the minute we could figure out a way to do it, to still make our library physical books available to residents, and that has meant a lot. Thank you so much. We'll miss you.
Thank you. Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. And Hillary, everybody has expressed everything that I would like to say, but all I can say that what nobody else was able to say is that I'm proud that I was on that panel that got to interview you and to be able to hire you Little did we know what you would be bringing to the table, but you certainly exceeded everything that we were looking for in a new city librarian, and so appreciate all your contributions. I agree, you will be sorely missed, but we wish you good luck, but thank you for your service to the city of Santa Clara. It's been a pleasure really working with you for the last 6 years, so thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Watanabe. Do we have any public members? Seeing none. I think it's time now that Hillary, we thank you for everything that you've done for Santa Clara. We're really going to miss you, and I think Councilmember O'Neill said it well, is you really immersed yourself in the community, and I'm going to miss seeing you at events, especially food distribution, or when Councilmember Watanabe and I went to get our COVID test at the Northside Library. You were there telling us it didn't hurt, and you didn't lie to us, so that was good. But it was really, you were always up and game for anything out in the community, and I think people really recognize that. So if it's okay with everyone, I think it's time to give Ms. Keith her standing ovation. So Councilmember Davis.
Thank you.
Thank you, Hillary, and best wishes. Best wishes. We'll make sure you get this. Thank you.
Thank you. I miss everybody.
Well, don't be a stranger. You know where we are. Especially come visit us at our council meetings. So anyways, no. Thank you, Hillary. And I was hoping we could show your little karaoke stint in the video, but maybe we'll save that for some other times when we're missing you and feeling a little bit down. But again, best wishes on behalf of the city of Santa Clara. Best wishes to you, Hillary, for the future.
Thank you so much. It was my honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next we have recognition as a special order of business this evening. We are proud to recognize October 3rd, 2020 as National Day of Korea. National Day of Korea, also known as National Foundation Day, is a holiday celebrated by Koreans in honor of the founding of the first Korean state of Gojoseon in 2333 BCE, and is widely regarded as the founding of the Korean people. The city of Santa Clara is proud to have a large Korean population and to have established a friendship city relationship with the city of Incheon, Republic of Korea, in just this past July 2019. The members of the Korean community are vibrant and valued members of our Santa Clara community who bring rich history, cultural diversity, and significant contributions to the city. In honor of the National Day of Korea, the City Council is recognizing October 3rd, 2020 as National Day of Korea with this certificate of special mayoral recognition, which will be sent to His Excellency Junyoung Park, Consul General of the Republic of Korea in San Francisco. And we were hoping Sang-on, the president of Silicon Valley Korean America Federation, would be here, but he wasn't able to be here this evening. So, so if I could please have a motion to send this on.
So moved.
Second.
Any other discussion on this? Okay, Assistant City Clerk? Actually, not sure we needed a vote, but let's take one anyway. Okay.
Vice Mayor Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
And Mayor Gilmore.
Yes.
Thank you.
And that passes unanimously. We'll make sure that moves forward. We had a lot of intended events and exchanges that we were going to have with our sister cities, our friendship city in Korea, but obviously we had to put them all on hold because of the pandemic. But we really look forward to, we're in constant written connection with our friendship city. They're so very friendly, and we're planning things for the future. So hopefully that future will come sooner than we all imagine. So next on the agenda is report from the mayor and the police chief on commit to action, but we are not going to hear this prior to 6 o'clock. We had some members of the proposed task force that were not able to be available at this time, so we'll hear that as close to 6 o'clock as we can. So we're going to move on to the verbal report from the city manager regarding COVID-19 pandemic. City manager.
Good afternoon. I too want to thank Hillary, our city librarian, for all that she's done for the city of Santa Clara, and especially thank her for extending her time when we asked her to extend her first day, especially during COVID. So thank you, Mayor. This status update on the state of COVID emergency is provided for council review per Government Code Section 8630. Due to the extreme heat, we have opened our cooling centers on Sunday and Monday, and we are, over those 2 days, 11 visitors came and took advantage of our cooling centers, and Lisa Schoenthal, our Chief Emergency Services Officer, will provide an update in terms of our plans for extending the days based on the current weather conditions. I also have an update on the Small Business Assistance Program. If you recall, the council recently took action to increase the appropriation for our Small Business Assistance Grant Program. However, first, I want to show you a video on our Santa Clara Response Series that features several recipients of the city grant and the impacts the city has had. So let's roll the video, please.
We need some sound.
Business community.
We started over. We need some sound.
Hi, I'm Lon Peterson, and in this edition of Santa Clara Responds, we're taking a closer look at our local business community. And to help small businesses and their employees during the pandemic, the city created a Small Business Assistance Grant Program and committed up to $1.69 million. And with more than 150 grants awarded, we reached out to a few grant recipients to see how the program impacted their business and their employees.
Hi, I'm Preston Metcalf, Executive Director with the Triton Museum of Art in Santa Clara. We've been operating here since 1967 and currently employ 12 people. We provide art, exhibitions, art education, and experiences for the public at large, including classes for adults and children. When we lost the ability to have large group gatherings at the museum, we lost a major portion of our fundraising capabilities. The Small Business Assistance Grant from the City of Santa Clara allowed us to keep vital employees working throughout this time. And it is those very employees that helped us to develop new online programming that is generating new income. So they got us over a huge hurdle, and for that we're extremely grateful.
Hi, I'm Jay Sanchez, owner of Anytime Fitness in Santa Clara. We've been operating here since 2002 and currently employ 3 people. Our main objective is to help people get to a healthier place. We operate 24 hours and we're the largest fitness chain in the world. The Small Business Assistance Grant has been tremendously beneficial to us. We're very thankful to the City of Santa Clara for their assistance. It's allowed us to help pay our rent down. It's given us the ability to move the goalposts and just survive this pandemic.
Hi, I'm Jim Day. I'm the president of Commercial Seating Specialists in Santa Clara. I've been in business here since 1995, and currently we employ 25 people. We design and build restaurant seat fixtures and booths, as well as do commercial upholstery, such as you'd find in a hotel, a dental, and medical facility. When we first had to close down after COVID-19, everything dramatically dropped off, and we were able to slowly start to pick up business after a few months. The Small Business Assistance Grant has helped us to stay open by helping to pay our lease payments and also pay our employees.
Welcome to Athena Grill. My name is George, and I'm the owner of this beautiful restaurant. Athena Grill is a Greek restaurant. It has been in operation for about 20 years. I have been the lucky owner for the last about 11 years. Before COVID, this area, this restaurant was packed with customers. The loan program was very helpful. More than the financial aspect, it was like moral support to us and other small business. Knowing that the city cares enough to help us the way that they did, it gives us strength to go on, and we will go on.
For more information on the city's COVID-19 relief programs and community resources, visit santaclaraca.gov/Santa Clara Responds.
That Athena grill sure looked nice. Then we go to the gym after. So we need to support them. Wow, City Manager, that was an excellent video.
So, thank you. That was our second video that we have produced that demonstrates for the community our work to provide assistance to the community based on COVID-induced impacts. As you know, the council appropriated $1.1 million previously for the program, and most recently, the council took action through CARES Act funds to allocate an additional $590,000. And I also just want to make the public aware that the mayor, through her outreach efforts, has raised an additional $55,000 in donations from Levy Restaurants, DevCon Construction, Prometheus, as well as Key Point Credit Union, bringing our total of financial assistance through this assistance program to $1.75 million. And we are quickly going through the application. Since the council took action, we've been able to push out 63 grant awards, and we have roughly about another 105,000 that are tentatively approved that are being finalized for processing. And so we continue to push out this grant funds through this assistance program. I also just want to mention, because I know inquiries come up, that we are going through the existing applications as they came in that order, and that there is no need for businesses or nonprofits who have already applied to apply again. We have your application. I have another video to share, and that's that the mayor at noon went live last Friday, and it's an opportunity for us to highlight all of the city's engagement with the community on city activities. As of the past Friday, Mayor Gilmore is now on Facebook Live every Friday for a Mayor at Noon program, and it's an opportunity to watch all of the different activities. It kicked off appropriately with our Chief Emergency Services Officer, Lisa Schoenthal, who joined the mayor this past Friday to discuss city's COVID-related relief programs and take questions on Facebook. It's still available, the video, on YouTube on our city's YouTube channel live. And so I'm going to hand it over to Lisa to provide where we're at from the state COVID perspective, and then I'll just finalize the comments. So Lisa?
Thank you, City Manager.
Oh, wait, we were going to watch the mayor's video. I'm so sorry.
Not the whole half an hour, I hope. So,
No.
Do we have like a 15-second version of it? Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Mayor Lisa Gilmore. Thank you for joining me for my very first Mayor at Noon series on Facebook Live. This is an opportunity for you to hear how the city of Santa Clara is responding to the COVID-19 pandemic, as well as hear stories from our community members about how they navigate through this unprecedented situation. So now, I want to, again, talk about my special guest here today, Lisa Schoenthal.
We usually have over 50 people working in our Emergency Operations Center, and we had to quickly adapt to having no more than 10, at least 6 feet apart, and having the majority of our staff working remotely with increased technology.
Now, here's one I've gotten just recently. Halloween. What's happening for Halloween this year?
On Wednesday, the county confirmed that the local health officers, our health officer, Dr. Cody, and our neighboring health officers in neighboring counties in the region are working on joint Halloween guidance so that we can have a regional approach to this and each county would be acting uniformly.
Thank you so much to Lisa for joining me, and thank you all out there in Facebook land for joining me as well. Have a great day. I don't want any critics out there giving me the thumbs down, but anyways, I do want to say that I want to thank the communication staff because we ended up getting maybe 6 or 7 really good questions out there for Lisa Schoenthal. And then this Friday, I'm going to be featuring small business, a small business. Michael Fiorello is joining me from Fiorello's Restaurant to talk about what their restaurant has been going through during the pandemic, how they're struggling to survive, and how he thinks the city can continue to help him and others who are in the same situation, especially as we start to come into the winter months and we're reaching areas where they may not be able to have some of the outdoor dining and some of the challenges that we're facing. But I thought it'd be good to hear firsthand what's happening to one of our Santa Clara family-owned businesses. So if you join us at noon on Friday, or you can rewatch it later to hear from Mr. Fiorello. So thank you, City Manager.
So Lisa, if you can provide an update on the numbers, please.
Yes, thank you, City Manager Santana and Mayor Gilmore. I also am glad that they edited that video. So I'll start with our local COVID numbers. As of today, just about an hour ago, the latest COVID case numbers reported by Santa Clara County reflect a cumulative total of 21,294 cases in the county, 318 cumulative deaths, and 990 cases in the city of Santa Clara. This includes 73 new cases in the county and 9 new cases in the city. Today, the California Department of Public Health's website indicates Santa Clara County remains in Red Tier 2 of the governor's blueprint for a safer economy, which means there is still substantial risk of COVID-19 transmission in our county. Currently, we have 4.7 cases per 100,000 of our population. So in order to move to the next less restrictive tier, which is Orange Tier 3, we would need to have less than 4 cases per 100,000. There are still available appointments for free COVID testing, at least over an hour or so ago. There were still available appointments for free COVID testing at Central Park Library tomorrow, September 30th. Testing takes place between 9:30 a.m. and 3 p.m. Appointments can be made at sccfreetest.org. That's sccfreetest.org. Last Wednesday, September 23rd, 582 people received tests. And this test involves a nasal swab inserted half an inch or so into the nose only. It is not the version that tickles the throat. It's not a minor detail. It really is painless. And we'll be testing again at Central Park Library on Monday, October 5th and Wednesday, October 14th. So the Halloween guidance that we were just referenced on the video has been released yesterday. Santa Clara County Public Health released a joint statement of the Bay Area health officers providing guidance for Halloween and Dia de los Muertos. The guidance identifies celebratory activities that are lower risk, moderate risk, higher risk, and very high risk or not permitted by local or state orders. The higher risk activities the guidance states to please avoid include traditional trick-or-treating, where treats are handed to children who go door to door. Moderate risk activities include one-way trick-or-treating, where individually wrapped goodie bags are lined up for families to grab and go while continuing to physically distance, such as at the end of a driveway or the edge of a yard. For more information, the community can go to scccovidconcerns.org. That's scccovidconcerns.org. And the option to learn about the county's response to COVID-19 navigates to a page that contains the announcement. In following up to the cooling center information City Manager Santana shared, the National Weather Service shared this morning that the forecast for Thursday involves temperatures in the high 90s. So we will be activating the Senior Center Cooling Center location again on Thursday, that's October 1st, from 2 to 8 p.m. And that concludes my report.
So Mayor and Council, I also have some great news to share with you about the city's accomplishments. Last week, we received the city received a national recognition for its redesigned website. SantaClara.gov won the 2020 Pinnacle Award in the City County Medium High Population Group. And this award was given by the National Association of Government Web Professionals. And it is the Pinnacle Award celebrates excellence in government, web design, and innovation. This is the second award that our website has received since we've updated it. And both the statewide and national recognition are testament to how well we have, through our cross-departmental team, led the effort to update and modernize our website. I also want to mention that Silicon Valley Power also received 4 Excellence in Communication Awards through the Northwest Public Power Association, and of which several are first place. That puts us just shy of 10 awards in 1 year through our efforts to communicate with the community. And a lot of this is the result, and I just want to call a special attention for the council, is of our communications director, whose last meeting is this evening, and her efforts to engage in our award-winning website redesign, as well as other areas that allow for us to storytell, brand, and improve our message for our community. And Lenka, I just want to wish you the best. Thank you for all your strong commitment to excellence. You leave us with a lot of awards in hand, and we are certainly wishing you the very best on your next endeavor in Mountain View. So thank you, Lenka. Mayor, that concludes my my presentation.
I want to thank Lenka very much as well for her communication expertise in our communications department. I had an opportunity to work with her very closely and on so many things, and you're right, she did bring an energy and a new direction for our communications department. Thank you so much, Lenka. I have other council members that would like to speak, and then I think I have a question or comment from 1 or 2 public members. So Councilmember Davis, your hand is up.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Lon, I want to congratulate you on that video for the rent assistance for our businesses in the city of Santa Clara, and you picked some really good people. You did a nice little cross-section, and I think that was I just really appreciate what you did on that video. I really believe that we were, looking for a way of communicating out what we were doing and taking care of people in our city, because we're out there to help them. And I know that when we reappropriated money to take care of our residents, we were looking for a long-term solution, but the video will help them understand how much we really do care about what they think and how they feel, and just keeping them afloat. They're mom and pops, and we need to keep them going. As far as the mayor's video goes, I'm glad we did a snippet, but I'm sorry, Lisa, it was good because you're getting the word out there. I think that that's kind of what I was looking for in the communications committee, where you're able to have a one-on-one with people. The trust is there. They know that the mayor is behind them. So I really appreciate that video. And Lenka, I don't know what to say. I mean, that website was in disarray for 5 years, and you did it. You got an award for it. I don't know how else to thank you. I'm sorry that you're leaving and you're going to a city that probably needs you too, but we do need you, and we know that you're going to be here. And I'm really sorry it's your last day. I don't know what's going on with this farewell day. It's pretty sad, but I think you're going to do well. I wish you the best in everything, and keep up your award-winning communication skills, because we kind of need that out there. We need people to understand that, we care about them, and we want everything to go in a certain way, but the communications is key to what we do, and to build a trust in the community, and that is forthright. So without further ado, I will leave you to go to Mountain View. I'm sorry, and Mayor, keep up the video, and Lisa Schoenfeld, keep up the good work.
Thank you, Councilmember Davis. Vice Mayor Hardy.
This is mostly an observation. I work at the school, so we normally have Halloween and costumes and no masks. So this year we have masks and no Halloween.
The world's turned upside down. You're right. Thank you. Okay, so I think we have either one or two public comments on the report, related issues. Assistant City Clerk?
So I have an e-comment here from Danielle Holman, and it reads, why are playgrounds closed? The risk of COVID to this age group don't justify continued closure. As parents supervise and ensure safety of their child, we can be responsible for hand washing after a trip to the park. Our kids need this. The science supports it. Keeping parks off limits while other activities resumes seems cruel to our children with no basis for this action. Nearby cities have opened their parks. I'm asking Santa Clara to do the same. End of comment. And that's the only comment I have.
City Manager, can I ask you about that, since we did get an email or two about this, and I know that we had plans to reopen the playground areas and adding sanitization centers and other things. Can you just give us an update on that?
Sure. We are still planning on opening parks with playgrounds within the next couple of weeks. Part of what we are waiting for, that, as you can imagine, is heavily under order by other cities, are just the fixtures in place to put out the proper equipment for people to keep, to have hand sanitizer handy, as well as PPE for our staff and cleaning supplies. I'm going to pass this over to Jim to see if he has any additional comments or updates. Maybe some of the supplies have already come in. Jim, we've been emailing back and forth today in terms of let's touch base on where we're at with that. Jim, are there any additional comments?
Yes, this is Jim Teixeira, Director of Parks and Recreation. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. So yes, actually, one of the other updates is that the state of California, just last night, the California Department of Health issued additional guidelines for public playgrounds. And so we are reviewing those, evaluating those, and implementing those as we speak. So we are in the process of receiving additional, as you mentioned, the hand sanitizer stations for each of the public playgrounds. Secondly, we are installing the required signage and information that's going on those hand sanitizer stations. Thirdly, we are developing and will be working on this over the next couple of weeks, is the Play It Safe Santa Clara message that will be recorded and put in place as well. So we are working on that. We do understand the frustration of the community to get back out there, but we also are working in an expeditious and cautious manner to make sure that both children as well as their family members are safe. So we'll be providing additional updates over the next week or so.
So in terms of ETA, we're looking at mid-October.
It will be mid to late October for the actual opening of the playground.
Okay, thank you. I know people are very anxious, and their children, it's hard for them to go to the park, see the playground equipment, and not want to jump all over it and try to explain that to a 2-year-old, right? Pandemic. So I know it's very hard for especially families with young children. So thank you very much, Director of Parks and Recreation and City Manager. Do we have another question, Assistant City Clerk? Okay. Seeing none, thank you for that update and those reports. We're going to move on to the consent calendar. All items are approved with one motion, and I know that there's several that want to pull some things. I just want to pull one item, which
Madam
is
Mayor?
2H.
Councilmember Watanabe had her hand up to speak.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, Council. And I told you how to turn on your light, and then I just skipped you over. I'm so sorry. That's why you can
That's
throw
okay.
things at me, so I pay attention. Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. You're just not used to having us here, so that's okay. Thank you for the update on the COVID report, City Manager. Since you have the Director of Parks and Rec on the line as well, I just thought I might ask about volunteering opportunities. I've had several neighbors reach out to me regarding Eula Stack, and they're concerned about the plants that aren't being watered. And I guess there's, a lot of work has gone into the volunteer work out there, and they don't want to see them die off because nobody is out there to water them. Is there any possibility, are we looking at allowing volunteering to just make sure that like places like Eula Stack are taken care of?
This is Jim, Director of Parks and Recreation, City of Santa Clara. Yes, we work with volunteers at Eula Stack, and they work with our Parks Division. We do have a volunteer coordinator, so we also work with various scouting groups, and in the past, we've also worked with Beautiful Day. So whether it's out at the cemetery for working there, or at Eula Stack, or at our park facilities, we're more than happy to have persons from the community contact us, and then we can work towards a particular date, and we would implement all of the COVID-19 health and safety precautions, wearing masks, socially distance, sanitizing tools, and making sure that anybody that is working with us is healthy and safe. So we have a second procedure as well for any persons that are visiting our sites.
Okay, thank you very much for that. I'll be happy to share that information with them. So thank you very much, Director.
Okay, thank you. Vice Mayor Hardy, is this on the consent calendar, or is this, okay. So I'm going to move forward now to the consent calendar. All items are approved with one motion. I'm going to pull item 2H, and it's regarding the appointment of the youth commissioners. I'm just going to ask John Kawada, when we get to that item, just to read the names of our new youth commissioners to the public so that they know it's on our consent calendar. And normally we have them here in the council chambers, and they're recognized. So at least I want John to read those names. So that's why I'm pulling item 2H. So let's see, we have, hold on one second. We have Councilmember O'Neill, followed by Vice Mayor Hardy.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to pull 2D, 2E as in Edward, and 2M as in Mary. Thank you.
What was the last one? I'm sorry?
2M as in Mary.
M. Okay. Vice Mayor Hardy.
Thank you. I wanted to pull 2R.
2R. And then Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. Item 2T like Tom.
We might as well go through the whole consent calendar. Councilmember Davis.
2W, please, Mayor.
Councilmember Chaha.
Thank you, Mayor. Item 2M, I think Councilmember Teresa O'Neill already pulled it, and item 2 is umbrella.
I'm sorry, the second one was 2 what?
2U.
U.
2 as umbrella.
2 as U as umbrella. Okay. I'm just trying to see what we have left. Okay.
Well, if there's anything, can I make the motion to approve the balance of the
Yes,
consent
please.
calendar?
Go ahead, and we'll try to figure it out. So motion to approve the balance of the consent calendar? Second by Councilmember O'Neill. Wait a second. Oh, I don't see anybody else with hands up from the public. So I just want to make sure I failed to do that. So, all right, we have a motion second for the balance of the consent calendar. Assistant City Clerk?
Okay. Vice Mayor Chair Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Board Member O'Neill.
Yes.
Councilmember Board Member Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Board Member Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Board Member Shahal.
Yes.
And Mayor and Chair Gilmore.
Yes.
Thank you.
And that passes unanimously. Thank you. So the next item we have on the agenda is public presentations. Assistant City Clerk, do we have any public presentations?
Yes, we do.
We have one? Someone's here? Okay. Hello, please come forward. Our local celebrity hot dog guy. Hi, Howard. Good. How are you? Thanks for joining us. Welcome.
Thank you. It's nice to see almost everybody back here again. And I didn't know you were going to have
Public, you get
presentations for Hillary. I want to remind her when you guys did the thing for the employees last year, I was out here and Hillary was over with the book mobile, but she was down on the ground playing with the kids. I thought that was really great, stimulating the minds of the little ones. So heads up to her for that. But I'm here, again, it's that time of season that the football games are going to be starting up with people soon. And I'm going to have my problem with the, I don't know, unlicensed, unpermitted, basically illegal vendors selling food. And last year it got so bad, I was actually told by an officer that there's nothing we can do about any of this. You're just gonna have to live with it. And having them set up right where I'm at, while I'm paying the city to do everything right, I'm getting health permits, I jump through all kinds of hoops. And a lot of people who know me from the very beginning of doing this, I was the only hot dog cart in the city of Santa Clara because I jumped through some big, high hoops to get to there, to only have people that come along and sell without permits and anything, illegal. Councilwoman Wabanabe came by and got me in trouble on the last game because I'm not allowed to talk to people while I'm working. So my wife yelled at me, "Quit talking to people." But she even noticed that there was vendors lined up above me who are basically taking food off of my table. And not only that, beer vendor. I even got a picture of him. Remember you were saying, yeah, there's a guy selling beer up there. Yeah, that's hard to compete with. If I could sell beer, that's all I would sell. Because out there, I'd make $1 million. But I know everything is with this Jerry Brown with the Safe Sidewalk Act and all that. It does not comply to people who break in the law selling, food. You have to have a health permit. The police department can enforce that. They don't need the health department. It is under the safe codes or whatever. They can actually enforce it. They don't need a special permission from the health department. Health department only comes out, gets PD backup because they get beat up from the people. I have my lead pipe to save me, but we're back to that. And with this COVID-19, I don't know how I'll survive with people doing that to me. I haven't made any money since COVID. I've been out of business. I'm working now with the permits department. They pushed me off to code enforcement to try to find somewhere in the city where I can hit maybe traffic driving down the street or something to make money in my pocket. Because I've gone through my 6-month backup. I've taken out an idle loan. I've gone through that. I'm out. I'm tapped out. This virus has destroyed me, and I can't fight when people are going to do illegal activity out there too. So, don't mean to hit that.
No. Thank you for telling us. I'm not sure when there's going to be people in the stadium. I think that's probably between our convention center and stadium. It's going to be in some of the later times, but that doesn't, whether it happens this year or this season or next season, it's going to happen again.
Oh yeah,
and
we're
so
coming
we
back.
have to make sure that we're able to help you and navigate what's happening over there and making sure we enforce what is happening, the unlicensed vendors. And I know that we have attempted to do that, and I know we have the chief here, and I'm going to ask city manager, since you came all the way down here to talk about it. City manager, or even the city attorney. We have all the right people here right now. So who is the agency that would enforce the illegal vendors? Is it our police department? Is it our code enforcement? Do we have to have the city attorney, jump on them?
It used to be the
what is
police
it?
department in the police permits unit.
Can we ask, let me ask the city manager if she can answer, or the chief or the city attorney, so.
But when I talked to him recently, the guy in there was saying, well, you got to deal with code enforcement now.
Well, that's why I want this to
So
be
I called
happening,
code
so.
enforcement and got a call from him, and he's going, no, that's over there. And I'm going, okay, well.
So is it the city, county,
somebody got to figure out who's going to
enforce this?
Enforce that, because not only it's enforcing, you're protecting the public.
Right, from the the sanitary food and service,
Yeah,
food service, everything involved in it.
143,000 people per year end up in a hospital. Something like 8,000 of those actually die from food poisoning. And those little carts are botulism carts. They are guaranteed botulism.
Right, and we've been through this. So city manager, can someone offer me some help here to so we can help Howard?
Sure. This is not a PD issue. This is a county health issue. It does, as has already been mentioned, with respect to the overall hygiene of the food production and preparation and sale. I can tell you, and Chief Nikolai may have more current information, but I can tell you in the past, during events where we know that there are food vendors, we have invited the county to come and enforce. And either there was no staff available on an overtime basis to avail themselves, or they declined. And so obviously it does put added burden on our own staff. However, ultimately it is the county health that would be responsible for responding. Now, they do like PD presence when they do respond, but in terms of the agency, that's the response. I don't know if the chief has anything additional to add.
Because I would ask that if we had anyone that set up any vending type of services anywhere in the city without a permit, whether it's food or merchandise or anything like that, I can't imagine county health would do that. So what do we normally do if somebody sets up, whether, again, food or no food?
Yeah, many of these vendors are not permitted. They don't have permits, and so oftentimes when they're identified, the calls will go into either city customer service lines or to the PD lines, and they'll be reported, and PD will have to go out and do a separate response. But that's one of the issues, Mayor, is that under a normal circumstance, we would have the ability to permit and regulate. However, because these are non-permitted vendors, it makes it much more difficult to track and to identify them.
All right. Chief, do you have any comments on this?
Just that I know that our stadium team actually did team up with the health department during the last season, and they went out and issued some citations and did confiscate some carts that were unsafe. But that was what happened during the events.
So it sounds like that might be the way to go, is the PD combining with the county health. I think we'll take this offline now and have you, Howard, work with our city management staff.
Suggestion
yes.
Is actually because I have to go through the police department, do a police background check, make sure I'm not a bad guy.
Right.
And every year I go through it over and over, no problem
right.
with me. But when they do the seizing the cart, that actually gets that item off the street.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, yeah, okay. Health department regulates the food part.
Right.
But
we regulate the permits.
Having a permit saying you can be in that position, make sure I don't pull out a lead pipe and start beating these people who are sitting there taking my business away from me.
No, we don't want that, Howard.
No, I don't. Yeah. I'm a peaceful, loving person. That's why I've been here for 5 years,
so
over and
don't
over
do that,
and over.
Please. All right,
because that's
we're going
what
to
we
take
do.
this on offline. Thank you so much. And by consensus, can we have you work with our city manager's office to make sure that we're well prepared for this coming season? But it sounds like the chief has
I think this
outlined
season's going
some.
to be a blow-off.
Yeah, it's.
But
One suggestion to you too, and I'm not 100% sure you qualify, but you may want to look at our small business assistance program, putting in an application as well.
I've looked at it.
It's simple application. It's very simple.
Yeah, but you know, I would not really qualify for that much money. And I'd rather see a guy who's paying $11,000 a month for his brick and mortar to get it. I'll go out on the streets, I'll hustle, I'll work hard.
All right.
May the permits and code enforcement find or help me somehow or some way.
All right.
I'll work hard on it.
Thank you, Howard. We
If I may make a
admire you and
suggestion-
appreciate it. Thank you.
If I may make a suggestion, after the COVAD's done, if City Hall can come up with a city concierge service that helps small businesses navigate back through into getting businesses open and everything, I think that would be a
That's a
great
very good suggestion,
thing
Howard.
for,
Thank you.
because you guys are now seeing it's hard out there, and to navigate through everything, you know.
Thank you, Howard.
You guys know all the tricks.
Thank you for coming too.
But thank you for
All right.
listening to me and giving me the extra time. Thank you.
Thank you, Howard.
All right, bye-bye.
P.S. Love your hot dogs. Okay. All right.
I got some good ones now.
Oh, God. Talking about Greek food and hot dogs. Let's keep going. Okay. Do we have any other public presentations? Okay, seeing none, we're going to go back to consent items pulled for discussion. So let's start down the list. And I think Councilmember O'Neill, we'll start with 2D as in David, D. And that item is authorize the city manager to negotiate and execute an agreement with the Salvation Army, Silicon Valley, for the distribution of food boxes through the end of the calendar year 2020. Councilmember O'Neill.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to highlight this item as an example of how with the city council and our city manager and her staff that we're trying to really work together with community partners to make sure that we're meeting all the needs that we can. And I know in the past, I've had discussions with folks at the Salvation Army installation on Homestead Road, and they weren't really ready to be more of a direct services provider, but they are now, and they are Santa Clara's representative in the Emergency Assistance Network for a variety of services. So we're going to be partnering with them for them to be doing more food distribution through their contract with the Second Harvest Food Bank. And I'm also in discussion with the Salvation Army with Santa Clara Unified School District and the Santa Clara Schools Foundation and St. Justin's to partner together. And I think that some of the problems that we're hearing from everybody and from folks like Howard, whose businesses have been so impacted, the way that we're going to handle this situation is that we all have to work together and we all have to partner in ways that we didn't partner before. And so I'm very grateful that the Salvation Army is willing to take on this extra role to help residents of Santa Clara. And I encourage all of our residents, if you belong to an organization that is providing help, you know, to reach out and let us know at City Hall so that we can see if there's a way that we can foster more of these partnerships so we can more effectively help the people who are in need in Santa Clara. And with that, I would make a motion to authorize the city manager to negotiate and execute agreement with the Salvation Army Silicon Valley.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Thank you, Councilmember O'Neill. They have been such a tremendous help for us since the pandemic hit, especially from March forward, and they have provided so much food, and they're just wonderful, wonderful individuals that just put themselves out there and offer so much help to us, especially food for our seniors and, you know, boxes of food they have available, and they worked with our grocery stores with the programs, and they're just amazing people. We're so blessed to have them. So we have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion, any public comment on this? All right, Assistant City Clerk.
Okay. Vice Mayor Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. And that passes unanimously. Thank you. Councilmember O'Neill, you have the, you have the next one, 2E. I have to go through the alphabet. So 2E is action on an agreement with CSG Consultants, Inc. for the design professional services for the Santa Clara School Access Improvement Project.
Okay, thank you. So I wanted to pull this item to highlight that this is another example of the City of Santa Clara working with the Santa Clara Unified School District on our Safe Routes to School program. And I know now Vice Mayor Hardy is in charge of the Bicycle Pedestrian Committee, but when I was on chairing that committee, we looked at some of these issues, and this has been a big topic of discussion with the School Liaison Committee over the years and in the community in general, concerns about the pedestrian and bike safety. And so I think we can really look forward to having at a number of our schools, we're going to be doing additional street improvements, some bulb out, traffic calming measures, beacons, new crosswalks, a variety of things that will help more students and their parents or grandparents who may be accompanying them, and just for people who may be walking or riding their bikes. I know sometimes in the morning I ride my bike past Sutter School, and when it's in session, it can be quite the traffic jam to get through there. So I was particularly really pleased to see that the schools that will be involved in this round of projects will be Central Park Elementary, Heyman Elementary, Scott Lane Elementary, which also has its challenges with students having to cross Scott Boulevard. That can be quite hazardous for the students, and Sutter Elementary. So with that, I would like to recommend that the council approve the entering into an agreement with CSG Consultants for improvements related to the Safe Routes to School program.
Okay, there's a motion and a second on that. Do we have any discussion, any public members? Let's see here. Vice Mayor Hardy.
Yes, I will say that when I read through this, I was really happy to see that some of the things that the BPAC has been concerned about, especially a lighting study for the crosswalks. So thank you. That was good.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Assistant City Clerk.
Vice Mayor Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. And that passes unanimously. Thank you. The next item is the item I pulled, which is on action on appointment of youth commissioners for the fiscal year 2020-2021 term. And as I said earlier, normally we bring these commissioners into the council chambers to introduce them. I'd like, since we're not able to do that this time, I'd like John Kawada, and I think he's on the line here. Are you here, John? I see you.
I am here.
Okay, great. John, would you mind introducing us and telling us who are the recommended youth commissioners for this upcoming year?
Certainly. Good afternoon, Mayor Gilmore, City Council members, City Manager, and City staff with us this evening. I'm John Kawada, Staff Liaison to the City's Youth Commission. On the Saturdays of July 11th and 18th, 33 candidates were interviewed for vacancies on the City of Santa Clara Youth Commission. Candidates were sought that would best serve their youth peers in the Santa Clara community. At the completion of the application and interview process, 5 candidates and 2 conditional alternates were selected. Youth commissioners are city residents between the ages of 12 to 19 and may serve up to 6 one-year terms. For the consideration of our mayor and council members, here are the recommended candidates, alternates, and eligible returners for the 2020-2021 Youth Commission term. Our recommended candidates are Khadijah Khan, 9th grader at Santa Clara High School, Rajvi Kanjan Shroff, a 10th grader at Cupertino High School, Ria Mehta, 11th grader at Wilcox High School, Palak Parikh, 11th grader at Wilcox High School, and Sarah Zhuo, 9th grader, Cupertino High School. Recommended conditional alternates are Caitlin Butcher, 11th grader at Santa Clara High School, and Matali Gadani, 11th grader at Cupertino High School. Our returning youth commissioners eligible for reappointment are Arav Gupta, 9th grader at Bellarmine College Prep, Ahmad Ishmael, 11th grader at Wilcox, Jasmine Kelly Tanti, 10th grader at Santa Clara, Adrienne Krivokopik Zuo, Santa Clara High School, Colin Lim, 12th grader at Basis Independent Silicon Valley, Kayla Fan, 12th grader at Santa Clara High School, Kavya Sriram, 12th grader at Wilcox High School, Smriti Suresh, a 12th grader at Wilcox, Natasha Yen, 12th grader at the Harker School, and Amy Zuo, 12th grader at Lynbrook High School. Thank you.
Thank you, John, and thank you so much for introducing them. And we want to welcome them. And we all of us on the council look forward to working with them in this upcoming year. So do I have a motion to approve the appointment and the extension?
Motion to approve.
Thank you, Councilmember Davis.
Second.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Hardy. Motion and second. Any other discussion on this? Assistant City Clerk?
Vice Mayor Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. And that passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Okay, the next item we have is, if I'm doing this in order correctly, I hope, would be Councilmember O'Neill, which is item 2M, action on a proposed electric bicycle rebate pilot program.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. So once again, I just wanted to highlight this program. We're in the beginning phases of working on our climate action plan, and we're having a lot of discussion about transportation. So I just wanted to highlight for the public that I know I've had discussion with people in a number of communities about whether electric bicycles could help provide that first and last mile transportation, or a more easy way for people to get around if they're not, it may be a little far, or maybe they're not quite up to riding a regular bicycle. A lot of people are finding electric bikes to be very fun to ride, and it can be very safe and very economical. And so we are going to be working with the Air Resources Board on some of the rebate programs that we have, but Silicon Valley Power is moving forward and is going to be recommending that using some of our own public benefit funds, that we have a pilot program where we help people with the cost of purchasing an e-bike. And so there would be like a 10% rebate off the price of the bike for a maximum of $300. And then there's going to be some additional funds set aside for low-income residents that may have trouble having putting the money together to have an e-bike, and they particularly might be members of our community that would really benefit from being able to access buying an e-bike. So I just wanted once again to highlight that we're going to be looking at lots of different kinds of programs, not just to address our climate problems and reducing carbon emissions, but also to help people with the transportation challenges that we find. So with that, I would like to please make a motion to the council that we approve the proposed electric bicycle rebate program as put forward by Silicon Valley Power.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion. I'm sorry. A motion and a second, and I see Councilmember Chahal, your hand's up.
Yep. Thank you, Mayor. I also wanted to highlight this is a good initiative by Silicon Valley Power to start this thing. And if we want to keep cars off the road, we need to start with such initiatives. And this is a good initiative. Rather, I would suggest once the pilot run is done, we should be aggressively following this thing and raise more funds into this account so that we can encourage more electric bicycles on the road. Thank you for recapping this, Councilmember Teresa O'Neill. Thank you. That's it.
Okay, are there any other comments? Any members of the public? See no hands. So we have a motion and a second. Assistant City Clerk?
Vice Mayor Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. And that passes unanimously. All right, moving along. Our next item, I think, is item 2R, if I'm correct, Vice Mayor Hardy, which is action on referrals from the September 14th, 2020 Governance and Ethics Committee meeting. Vice Mayor Hardy.
Thank you, Mayor. My concern is where it talked about the referral for committees only being able to look at and put things on their agenda once a year, and that it would need to be reviewed by the council. I have concerns with this. First off, we know things change throughout the year. Obviously, we've had that. And when I read through all the minutes and the understandings and the recommendations from commissions, I feel like that is the council's eyes and ears throughout the community, where we cannot be, and I do not like to micromanage or hamstring their abilities, and this concerned me a lot, that that we were putting on the council to approve what they could have on their agendas, and that's where my concern is, and I cannot support that.
I think you're talking where we had discussions about each commission coming up with a work plan. Is that what you're objecting to? I just want to make certain what you are actually objecting to.
Well, the concern is all this has been put into one recommendation, basically. The scheduling of joint meetings, I don't have problems with. That's A. B, the elimination of the city's early consideration of general plan amendments policy. It's fine. But on C, the approval of an annual review process for board and commission work plans that allows city council to review the proposed work plans at their priority setting session on an annual basis. I have no trouble looking at that, but I have problems with us limiting what our commissions can do.
I'm not sure that was the purpose of it, but we can have our chair talk about that from the commission. Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. I do have the same concerns. Like, I was on Planning Commission, so we had several very light meetings, and that encouraged us to bring some special agenda items, whether it's a study session or some group from outside for education of our residents and the planning commissioners. So if we are doing the way we are trying to do, we are taking away the flexibility approach from the planning commission or from any commission, and we are going into a sort of a micromanagement of our planning, our commission work, basically. So we have to give them a leeway to some extent. And whenever the agenda items were brought forward or study sessions were brought forward, they were vetted by the city staff, and they basically encouraged. And Planning Commission especially used their own funds, whatever the annual fund was, to arrange those study session or bringing anything item on the agenda. So instead of delegating the work, we are trying to centralize it to the council, and if we have to annually approve their agenda, then they cannot do anything. That doesn't sound good, because things change and we have to give them flexibility. And for those reasons, I will not be supporting item 2RC, basically. I'm okay with item A and B.
Okay, Councilmember O'Neill, did you want to talk about what our discussion was all about at the meeting? Thank
Yes,
you.
thank
Maybe
you.
you
So,
can clarify some of these issues. Thank you.
So the questions came up about not so much like, say, the Planning Commission or some of the other commissions have budgets for training or to do study sessions. And I don't think that was the concern, working within that budget and to work with staff where they basically, oftentimes, I know like in the recent times with the Planning Commission, a number of outside experts have been brought in to participate in those study sessions. And from the discussion with staff And the committee members, that's not a concern, that's not what's at concern. What was at concern was, particularly with the Planning Commission, if the chair, from reading the new policy that appeared to be, that was adopted or as a Planning Commission in their bylaws that they've adopted, that the Planning Commission chair in and of themselves could make an assignment to staff to give them an assignment for a project to work on. And the issue came up is that the city council can't even do that. By our policies here with the city council, we now have to have those items, any item that's going to require more than, the most minimal review of staff, that it has to come to the city council and we discuss whether we want to direct staff to work on it and to expend funds. If it's not, because that's partially like with the commissions all have a work plan. The city council is supposed to be working off of our goals and priorities for the year, and that's why there's been that's why we've been working on fine tuning that policy about how does anybody, including a council member, because in the past we've had council members who on their own went off and convinced the city manager or some staff members to work on projects that the rest of the council didn't know about. And so since we have adopted the policy for the council that there has to be a vote and agreement to add something into, like, say, the city manager's work plan for the year, that we thought that there should be something similar for any of the commissions and not to give power to a commission chair that even the mayor doesn't have. So maybe we didn't make it as clear as that, but that's what, okay. So, but that was what the policy reason, that there's not an issue if there is budget for the, if it's historical landmarks. I know they've brought in people to discuss certain topics, or planning. Those seem to be the most likely ones, perhaps, the Board of Library Trustees or whoever. That is within their purview. It's the assigning, basically creating new items that are going to require staff, a lot of staff effort. That's what we're trying to find a way. We don't want to constrain the committees. We want them to be creative, but we can't. Particularly with the era that we're in right now, I don't think it makes sense to empower committees to give direction to staff in a way that the city council cannot. Karen, do you have any other comments?
I was going to say, I didn't know if it was appropriate to answer, but my concern is that's not what it says. It says the committee unanimously approved a recommendation to have all cities, boards, and commissions provide a work plan or potential work plan program initiatives for the city council to review and approve at their annual priority setting session. It says nothing about staff time or anything like that, what you're describing. That's my concern.
Well, okay, so
Can I jump in on
Yes.
that, please? Because we talked about, and we like to have that anyway, approved work plans, just like we approve our own work plans. There wasn't any, I don't think there's anywhere in there that said, and if it's not on the work plan, you can't, the city won't ever do it or approve it. Because as we all know, things come up during the year, opportunities arise, and we'll have to, I don't think there's anything in there that says, they can't do anything. It's just that the planning commissioners created their own policy, delegated their own chair to come up with their own, independent powers over our city staff that it's certainly not in our charter or anything like it. So that's why we said, okay, well, it'd be nice to know, which we've always talked when we had our monthly dinners, the commissions would usually come to us with a work plan and say, this is our work plan for the upcoming year. And we thought, great. So we thought, why not give them an opportunity at our goal setting session to present their work plans? And it helps them also focus on what they're doing and to get some, real wins and achievements throughout the year. But I don't think anywhere it said in any report that we would never consider anything outside of a work plan. So I think that's never what we talked about.
So, if it's not clear enough, maybe,
Well,
I'm willing to.
Mayor?
Yeah,
the
City
discussion
Manager.
about the the discussion about the employer considerations was in the committee report. And at the time that we drafted the committee report, there were a couple of issues. One was indeed the more broader flexibility than what the council members have with Council Policy 030 about how council members get items to the agenda, and the adopted language of the chair may request that an item be placed on a planning commission meeting, or any commissioner may make a request in writing to staff to have the item placed on the agenda. That's far broader and more flexible than the Council Policy 030 is. And part of that, there was two issues that staff raised at the committee. Part of that is that, are the items aligned to the Planning Commission charter responsibilities? And the city attorney can speak to that in terms of making sure that our boards and commissions work to the responsibilities in the capacity that they are appointed to do. And in this case, what we read to the committee were 5 recent examples that really appeared as if they were policy matters for the council. And I can just go through them briefly if you'd like. If not, I can skip over.
Yeah, why don't you go through them so they hear what we heard?
Okay, and then I'll go into the employer consideration. So part of what we presented to the committee was the policy issue of recommending adopting a 1% developer fee for public art, recommending initiating a comprehensive area plan for Santa Clara Caltrain BART station, put on the agenda for discussion about recommendations for projects over 50,000 square feet that an independent architect be employed to suggest aesthetic improvements, and recommendation to open up the EIR for Gateway Crossings Phase 2 to allow for higher density, as well as require a rezoning, and then recommending adoption of a Melrose annexation area around Levi Stadium. And so when we looked at this, these are obviously areas of policy that the council should initiate, and also they open up issues with respect to alignment to city charter roles and responsibilities. On the issues of employer consideration, the report makes a statement about our relationship with our employees is through various labor agreements, as we refer to them, MOUs or MOAs, and those are agreements that the city council directs with bargaining units as to how we schedule and work with staff. And in many cases, to the extent that there are multiple workload assignments coming, and in previous priority setting sessions, I've showed how city staff receives work. It really begins to change how we are able to schedule staff for implementing full council directives. That's our priority, is to first implement the full council directives, and then from there, other items flow. And to the extent that our staff is assigned to broadly assigned Planning Commission work tasks, then it directly impacts the way that we can schedule and the way that we can use the capacity of staff in CDD, who is already experiencing unprecedented volumes of work, and then how we implement the full council directives. And so we wanted to bring that conversation. For instance, if staff is at a meeting that lasts 5 to 6 hours in the evening, then in that pay period, we generally have to make up how we provide flexible scheduling for that staff, or pay overtime, which the CDD does not have a large overtime budget. And so we projected that, especially in this fiscal environment, that this could become a real issue with respect to implementing full council directives, as well as alignment to charter roles and responsibilities, and overall the capacity that we have available. And so the council, or the committee, excuse me, made a recommendation that we are better disciplined around work plans, which we already do, and some of them have already been before the committee, so that before the council, excuse me, for the council to approve, but that we just are more cautious about how we put these work plans in place and have a point in time throughout the year when we can collect brainstorming for the council to consider when it starts to look at new recommendations and referrals to city staff.
All right, thank you. Let's go down the list now. Councilmember Davis.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, City Manager Santana, for that great explanation, because I agree wholeheartedly that we need to approve this, because I feel that there's a process in place and it needs to stay there for all the reasons that you stated, between the employee and employer, for policy-making decisions that belong to the council and not to a planning commissioner. So I'm going to support this motion, but I think that that was extremely clarifying to people that they have to understand there's a process that we follow, there is a charter that we follow, and I just think that it just has to be in a line. We've been doing these goal-setting sessions, and even when I was a commissioner, there was a work plan that we put together and adhered to, but yes, there is the occasional hiccup that happens, but it doesn't, you will either change or exchange something on your work plan so that you are not creating more pressure for staff. And now that we are in COVID, I think it is more beneficial that we have this process in place so that we don't step outside the boundaries. So I will be supporting the motion, and thank you, City Manager and Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. So I have a question for City Manager. Let's say we have a very proactive Planning Commission, and Planning Commission role is advisory role to the council. And I just take an example of art fees. And they want to recommend that, hey, this is our recommendation, and we want the council, because ultimately council will be making a policy decision on whether we want to implement that art fees or not. But Planning Commission being an advisory role, if they want to do that in this scenario, so basically what you are saying, they cannot do it, they cannot bring it to their agenda, and they cannot discuss it, and they cannot even ask council to look into it? Or what are the ways we can enable this thing? Like some of the very proactive solutions in the community, they can bring forward and council can look at it. I remember like their ADU laws, state laws, we had a session on that, and then VMT versus level of service differences, how those are differences on that. So how can those discussions take place when needed in the Planning Commission? If we curtail any item, they cannot bring on their agenda.
Councilmember Chahal, I am trying to find the Planning Commission charter roles. I'm going to ask Brian. I know I had asked earlier. Can you help me with this part, Brian?
Sure.
I'm not able to pull it up quickly enough.
Sure, I can pull it up, but I mean, anyone can find it in the charter. But it's not so much what does the charter provision provide, it's simply the fact that the charter is extremely limited in what the Planning Commission has jurisdiction over. So we're a government of limited power and authority. Now the council has very, very broad policymaking authority under our charter. The charter creates certain commissions that are in the charter. Planning Commission is one of them. Civil Service Commission is one of them. You don't want the Civil Service Commission exceeding its jurisdiction or its charge under the charter. Their authority under the charter is to deal with civil service. The Planning Commission's jurisdiction under the charter is to deal with permits as they come forward, the zoning ordinance, and that's really a very good example of why we need to keep an eye on what they put on their agenda. Not so much that they're looking at things on their agenda, but the workload on city staff, including my staff. We've been trying to bring back a revised zoning code for the last 35 years, and my staff keeps getting diverted with planning commission requests to put on things that pop into their head that are not within what they've been charged with under the charter or by the council. The council has authority to add things under the charter to their jurisdiction through a very, very limited section of the city's code. So they are a creature of the charter and whatever the council asks them to do. But they're not a lower house of the legislature that can come up with their own policy ideas about what they think the council could do. Sure, they advise the council. They're an advisory body, and they are a decision-making body under our charter. But in terms of their decision-making capacity is driven by the applications that come from the development community, whether it's a small developer like a single homeowner that wants a variance or a rezoning or something like that. That's all within their jurisdiction, and that's what they should be doing. In terms of their advisory capacity, if they get direction to amend the code, and they're going to have a pretty big workload when the zoning code revisions come before them, then they're going to be working on that. But in terms of their general advisory authority, it's what the council gives them to do. It's not like they get to sit there and say, well, I think Azerbaijan is getting out of hand and we should discuss that at the Planning Commission. No, it's, and they don't get to say, I forget, one of the things was even the art fee is not something that it's not in the zoning code. It's something that the council would initiate. If the council wants to put something like an art fee into the zoning code, then that's what the Planning Commission would look at. So it's really two things. It's are they exercising proper authority? Just because you're the chair of the Planning Commission doesn't mean you get to put on the agenda whatever idea pops into your head about what's going on in Santa Clara. It has to be related to something that's within the Planning Commission's authority. And secondly, it is a workload issue. It's a very serious workload issue. If they can just add 5 things at one agenda, they're adding 5 major workload items to stuff that will take away from our staff's ability to really get to what the city really needs, which are the zoning code amendments that we've been looking at, the general plan amendments that we need to process, the specific plan amendments, the downtown plan. I mean, these are all very important things that are within their jurisdiction that they will need to spend time on, but that staff also needs to spend time on. And to the extent they go off on these little tangents based upon the whim of the chair or the whim of one commission member, you're diverting our ability to respond to your priorities that you set annually. And that's really the point that the city manager and I have been making. That was a very good discussion that we had at the governance committee. This was not an attempt to do anything to the commission or anything else. It was just simply an attempt to bring everybody together on the fact that, hey, we're a local government. We have each body and branch within this local government has a specific role to play. And when you start getting out of that role and doing other things, it creates problems for us getting the proper work of the city done. That's all it was about. It has nothing to do with anybody trying to squelch anybody or anything else. It's just simply making sure everybody understands what their role is and keeping things in order so that people know what priorities to keep working on. That's all it is.
I would only add that to get to Councilmember Shahal's question, is if there is an interest in having an item presented for consideration, then any commissioner can work with a council member to bring it under Council Policy 030 and have it presented and acted on by the full council. Again, the workload responsibility is to the full council, and that's how we distribute assignments as well as evaluate how the priority of items come. And so there is still, we're not cutting off a way. What we're doing is trying to align, as Brian had just mentioned. So there's still under Council Policy 030, there's still opportunities.
Madam Mayor, this is Raj again.
Sure.
So, City Attorney, I question, like you mentioned that art fees, we are just taking an example of art fees right now because that came up. So you mentioned that Planning Commission cannot bring up, but it has to flow from the council, basically top down, not versus bottoms up. So there are so many good suggestions when Planning Commission gets. So they cannot be advisory to the council before for any new policy matter, which is can be beneficial to the resident of the city of Santa Clara. That's my point. Like if they are proactive and intelligent council planning commissioners, we have to take their knowledge into consideration when they are giving something positive to the council. And I'm not saying they have to make a final policy decision. No, it's just an advisory role. And looks like we are trying to curtail that advisory role. And that's my point, basically. We want an open discussion and transparency at all levels, but we want to make sure that we don't curtail transparency.
Okay.
Let me. I just want to respond that it's it's simply that the charter, it just limits what they can do. And it's only if the council gives them something in addition to this. I'm just going to read it for everybody. It says, the Planning Commission shall have the power and be required to, after a public hearing, recommend to the City Council adoption, amendment, repeal of the general plan or any part thereof, so the general plan, exercise such functions with respect to land divisions, planning, and zoning as may be prescribed by ordinance. That means it comes from the council. And exercise such planning, zoning, environmental or other function as it now or may be hereinafter authorized by the state of California insofar as they do not conflict with the charter. So it's extremely limited. Their inherent power is limited, and all other power they might have comes from the council anyway. So in answer to the question of, for example, an art fee, they don't have any inherent power to say, hey, let's have an art fee. It's only if the council says to them, what do you think of an art fee? And the council has not yet done that. I think it's perfectly fine that they consider an art fee once the council says, hey, this is something we want you to look at. But it's not like they have, as planning commissioners, some inherent power to just start coming up with ideas that they need to work on. It's very limited in the charter.
Thank you. Councilmember O'Neill?
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to add a little more commentary. And in regards to what Councilmember Shahal said, I don't want to stifle creativity wherever it comes from in this community or our commissions or the council or our staff. I want us to foster that. But we also have to have a way to kind of manage the flow. So one of the other, there's different ideas that come to my mind as to how to do this, like a planning commission, one single planning commissioner could submit a request to put a petition to the city council and come before the city council and say, I request that you agendize a discussion about the relevance of an art fee, which is something that the Cultural Commission has discussed. We've discussed, we've had a number of discussions. What the difference is that if that planning commission, and I get it, I was a planning commissioner. I know I was frustrated at times. Well, I was on the planning commission at a period of time when we were getting overruled by the city council very frequently, and it was frustrating. So I understand wanting to make a meaningful contribution, but if the planning commission does it, then that means that planning staff maybe is supposed to then go out and spend time researching it. I think in order to get everybody on the same page and to agree, if either the planning commission wants to send a memo, an informational memo to the council, or like I said, if they want to ask a city council member to sponsor their request, or if they want to use their ability, as any member of the public has the ability, to request an item on the agenda to say, we think this is really important. It's been listed, it's been mentioned at priority sessions for 5 years, but we haven't taken action. And so the next, what the next step probably would be is to hire a consultant or something like that that would investigate that, or whatever it might be. So I think, and then, or if the council says, we are assigning to the planning commission to lead a process to investigate an art fee. And that has to be done, then the city manager probably will say to us, okay, what are the, we may have to take something else away that, because the planning commission would need staff assistance. Do I prioritize this above, like Brian, our city attorney, mentioned, the zoning code, which is something that I've been wanting to get updated for years. I'm sure Vice Mayor Hardy shares, remembers the angst of being on the planning commission with an outdated zoning ordinance. So that is part of the discussion that has to happen. So like I said, I don't want to stifle anybody's creativity. I just want to see us channel it so that we have the staff and the council and the commissions working together in kind of in a same direction, but with as many good ideas as we can bring. And, and that was why the thought was, do we have as a formal part of the goal setting session to have each commission come and make a presentation, a relatively, some sort of presentation on what they want to work on for the year. And, but not preclude that they wouldn't say, okay, we suggest that we make a change. Because when those work plans come in, the staff is also looking at them and saying, okay, do we have the right staff resources to be able to make this work plan happen? So I want to see us all be as effective as possible and not spin our wheels.
Thank you, and that's really what we talked about at the commission in our subcommittee meeting, our governance committee. Thank you. Let's see.
So perhaps, I don't know, if we need to send part of this back for a little additional clarification or something, or
I'm fine with that. Vice Mayor Hardy? Send it back.
I have no problem, obviously, with what the city manager and council and council member O'Neill are explaining. My concern is that's not what it says, and even what I have on my recommendation and what is up here is specifically talking about the Planning Commission. If it said to make certain that the commissions are within their purview, I spend a tremendous amount of time at the BPAC helping them to focus on what is within their purview and tell them not to dictate to staff. I feel very strongly about that. But that's not what this recommendation says.
Okay,
I understand that's the intent.
Maybe we can change that.
That's what my worry is.
Vice Mayor Hardy, we talked a lot about you and BPAC at our governance meeting about that. So you were a big topic of our conversation. So maybe we can change it. And I want to say, being a member of that committee, is that this was really two discussions. One was the fact that we want to align our goals and priorities with the work plan and the goals and priorities of each of the commissions. So we talked about, that was one discussion, and maybe we can separate that out, to have a part of our goal setting session with our boards and commissions, because, we have a work plan all the time, don't we? How many times do we have to, vary from our work plan because issues come up?
It's going to be
like COVID, right? So it's going to be the same thing with our boards and commissions. Where we were particularly worried about where the Planning Commission was going was the fact that they created their own policy and procedure that allowed their chair to give direction to staff to work on projects such as, a decade-old Mel LaRue's project, to reopen an approved development agreement, to talk about implementing an art fee, which of course we all know we've had a lot of discussions with our cultural commissions about, in putting that in. But those are things, those are council issues, and we know that planning commission can make recommendations to the council. If they want as a body make a recommendation to say, hey, we think you should look at an art fee, or we think you should whatever, but that wasn't what we were talking about. We were talking about a policy that they created themselves to allow their chair to direct staff. And so maybe this should have been, clarified a little bit. So we can either clarify it now or bring it back. I'm fine with either way, because
Madam Mayor?
that wasn't our intention.
Okay, I'll make a stab at a motion and see.
Okay.
Okay, so I move that the council approve under item 2R, sub-items A and B, and refer item C back to the governance committee to have clarification of the issue of commission work plans as, and with the role, with the fitting with the city council's work plans and, their, latitude to spend their budget, to rework this a little bit.
Just refer that back, yeah. Okay.
I can second that.
Okay,
Thank
there's a
you.
motion and a second. Thank you very much, because I think that was our intention anyway. Okay, so any other council members? None, oh, wait, hold on. Not yet, because we have Councilmember Davis and Councilmember Chahal. I didn't know if you wanted to speak again. And then I have public members. Councilmember Davis?
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to remind you all that our commissions were set up with a recommendation that goes directly to council. So if they have any ideas or creative, I'm hearing that they think that we're squashing their creativity, which is not the case, because they are advisory. That has never happened. But they were allowed under the guidelines, which Ryan was very clear about. In their meetings, they are allowed to make recommendation to the council. So everybody keeps using the art fee. Let's use that one. They can make to the council that they would like to implement the art fee. So that would come back to us. And I believe that when we were having some issues or people felt they weren't being heard, that we were having the monthly dinner meetings with them so that we could make sure that we were understanding and everybody had a voice to the council, directly to the council. So I know we do have in the purview for all commissions to make recommendations to the council. So I don't know how we can put the verbiage together. Okay, if you're going to refer this back to governance, fine. But I don't think the intent was ever to make the planning commissioners do what we want them to do. It was to have everyone work within their purview to follow the process and to make sure we were all on the same page. So I will support the motion going back to the governance committee just for clear and a precise verbiage. So everyone is on the same page and we don't have to go through this position anymore or even have to have a discussion about it again. So I will support your motion, Chair O'Neill.
Thank you. Councilmember Chahal, did you want to speak again?
Yes, Mayor.
Sure,
Madam Mayor.
go
Thank
ahead.
you. So I do agree with the comments by Councilmember Teresa O'Neill, and I'm all for work plan. That should be there. That should be the basic work plan, annual work plan. That's good. And as Councilmember Teresa O'Neill mentioned, we do not want to curtail the suggestion or recommendations from them. So let's look at it from that angle, that we do ask them to be creative and send us recommendations, and whatever way we can accommodate that, that would be nice. I'll support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. So we're going to go to the public. First is number 4907. Do we have a 4907?
Hello? Hello?
Is that 4907?
Yes. Yes, hi, this is Anthony Becker. I serve as a planning commissioner as well as a resident of Santa Clara. To be honest, this is what we do is we give you guys advice. We're there to say, yeah, let's do an art fee. Let's implement this art fee. It benefits our community. So we do give you recommendations. And, you know, to be honest, this just feels more and more like micromanagement. Because why all of a sudden are we doing this now? Well, it wasn't broken. Now we're doing it suddenly now. And it's funny because I think it's an election year. So going through this, I look at and I see that every commission, so basically what we're saying is that every commissioner is wrong if we try to do something to benefit the city or get council to listen to what we say. I just don't think it's fair that that's what's going on. Because basically this is a lot of education. We have a lot of new commissioners. So a lot of us do need that education and that time. But I think, you know, getting down to it, you know, ARC is gone. You know, we just want to work in harmony with the council. We want to provide you the best recommendations, but it seems like lately our hands have been tied more and more and more. And my question is why suddenly now? We work our hardest for this. We sacrifice a lot of our time for you. And to hear this, it's really concerning to me. And what, you know, I hear a lot of what, you know, Councilmember Davis and Councilmember O'Neill says, as well as you, Mayor Gilmore, and I hear what Karen Hardy and Raj says. It's concerning. So I just wish that you guys continue this because this needs to be looked at a little bit more because we do this for the best of the community. We don't do this to act like we're creating our own power or our own, you know, rules. We're doing it to, like I said, benefit our entire community by creating harmony and inclusion. Thank you.
Thank you. Suds Jane?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Gilmore. I'm a planning commissioner, and these statements are my own and don't reflect the official position of the Planning Commission. So I'm pleased to see that Mayor Gilmore and Councilmember Davis have said that Planning Commission can make recommendations to council. If they have ideas, they can make a recommendation that council consider an art fee. Well, the conundrum here is that under the Brown Act, we're not even able to make that recommendation unless it's agendized. So how can we even make a recommendation without having it be put on the agenda? And that's all we were asking for, was to be able to put these things on the agenda so that we could make a vote on a recommendation to council to consider. And that's all we were asking for. We weren't asking for staff to do a lot of extra work. The other thing is that when I joined the Planning Commission 5 years ago, we had 2 Planning Commission meetings a month. Last year, a number of planning commissions pre-COVID were canceled. This year, we only have 13 planning commissions on next year's agenda. So I understand we're in COVID, but we should be making a policy that is longer than just for COVID times. I agree, planning commission is always considerate of planning staff time. We've moved our meetings from 7 to 6 to accommodate planning staff. And we don't want to burden them with extra work. All we're doing is to agendize a vote so we can make a recommendation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Harbir Bhatia?
Hi there. Thank you, Mayor and Council. So I just wanted to bring up something as a more general point. You know, what I'm seeing is obviously, I think everybody's really overworked, and that's the truth of the matter because there's so much going on. But I just want to remind everyone that's listening and our staff, look, I mean, commissioners, and I'm speaking as a resident, but I'm a cultural commissioner, and we put our heart and soul to this. We don't get paid for it. So I just want to remind everybody of that because I didn't like the way that somebody just spoke about, oh, something pops into somebody's brain and they just come up with it. We're not servants. We came here out of our own will, and we love our city. We want to work together with our staff. We want to work with the council. At the end of the day, we're serving the public. So I really appreciate you. Please remember that next time. And it's not to be taken lightly that you have commissioners that are devoted to our city and care about putting their free time into it. They don't ask for much back, but what they do ask for at least some respect in accommodating their ideas. Now, what you're saying, and I absolutely agree with Deanna and what the city manager and Teresa O'Neill and Rod Chahal and even Karen Hardy brought up, that, you know, at the end of the day, we need to put the best of our heads together and give you guys what we think is best. And if you believe that that's beyond the capacity of what you can do, don't make this like throw it over the fence. Be collaborative and be cooperative and say, guys, this is more than we can handle right now. So we would need to reprioritize the other things that you have on your plate to be able to accomplish this. This is old school to talk about top down. I mean, that's so old school. And I don't expect that from such intelligent people who are like living in Silicon Valley. So, let's remember that we're working together and start focusing on finding common and courteous ways to respond and, tell each other if something is beyond what their capacity is right now. Hey, just say it. This doesn't have to be like made into a policy issue. It's a question of, can you manage this or not because it's beyond your capacity? And we all understand that because you guys are really.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other public members? Do we have anybody here? Okay. So I just want to, after those comments, I just want to say that I think maybe some people don't know, but at least all of us on the council now has served as a commissioner in this city, all of us. So I served 10 years as a Parks and Recreation Commissioner. And so I know exactly what it's like. And yeah, nobody ever talked about getting paid. We're not talking about getting paid. Yes, none of us really get paid very much. So as a commissioner, you don't get paid, and that's not why you're doing the job. But I spent 10 years as a Parks and Recreation Commissioner and listened to the council. Did they take our recommendations all the time? No. Did I get upset about it? Yes. And that's one of the reasons I ran for city council in the first place, because I wanted to have a say in policy. I wanted to have a say. But as a Parks and Recreation Commissioner, I knew what my limits were. I knew, that I wasn't making policy. I made recommendations to the city council, and I even had less authority than planning commissioners. They had more authority than we had as parks commissioners. I think what I'm trying to say is, we've all come from those places. We respect commissioners. Nobody said we don't. There's this false narrative out there putting into the mouths of what we did at the governance committee, when all we're trying to say is we need to manage commissions' work plans. And if commissions don't want to do work plans, they don't have to come up with a work plan. I believe most of the commissions, if not all, would like to have a work plan and work collaboratively with the city council. We appreciate our commissioners. No one said anything to the contrary. So I wish these people would stop putting words into our mouths, because that's not what we said. We appreciate, because we have all been there, all of us. So we understand. And that's what, makes our city great, that we can start as commissioners and, and move on up and hopefully someday be able to make policy, because that's what we're doing. The Planning Commission was not just asking to put an item on the agenda. It's just like here at the council. We just don't say, oh, it's simple, just put it on the agenda. It doesn't work that way. That's why we have to get a buy-in from all the council members if we have an idea that we want to. Nothing is just put on the agenda, because there's a certain amount of staff work that goes with it. And we know that, and planning commissioners should know that as well. There's it's a lot of work when you put something on, if you're going to do it properly. And so anybody can, commissions can make recommendations. If you make a recommendation, you can put it on the agenda and have your committee or your commission, agree to put it on the agenda and then make a recommendation to the city council, or come at any Tuesday night council meeting and make a recommendation that you'd like to hear this, especially if it's for the public good, at a council meeting. We're not that rigid. We have to follow the charter, though. And when we have commissions that are veering from the charter for whatever their reasons are, we have to make sure that we're following the rules of our city. And that's what, has made Santa Clara great. So there's a lot more to it. There was nothing nefarious planned here, although some would like to, point that it was. It wasn't. It was a matter of, we need to manage our workload. We need to manage our commissions in a way that they stay on point. You've got to stay on point. And because that's what where we're looking for your expertise and your help. Planning Commission, yeah, you got zoning codes to work on. You have a lot to work on. And we want to make sure you're educated and you're trained for what you need to do. Nobody wants to take, those things away. We want to make sure you're doing that. But when you start venturing into council policy and council actions, that's where, that's where we're going to have some friction. So we're all about openness. We were all commissioners. We know exactly what you're thinking and how you're working, but that's why we appreciate our commission so much. And that's why I was excited to hear about our youth commissioners today. They're excited to put their work plan together. Cultural committee, yeah, they're excited. Parks Commission, come on, they're excited about it. So, and the fact that I love the idea that we're going to bring this to our January goal setting session to make our commissions a big part of our overall, because all of our work has to be aligned together, all of it. And it has to work together, especially now during this pandemic. I mean, we need to really work together on what our priorities are. Because guess what? Look at our priorities in January. Look at where we are today. It's changed. It's changed dramatically for us. And our priority now is keeping our community healthy and safe through the pandemic. I mean, that's our priority. Sure, there's a lot of other things we all wanted to do. But we're not crying about it because we have to make sure we set what we want to do aside and make sure our staff is available, to help feed people and help provide our city services and our police and fire and all these other things that we've had to take what we want to do aside and do it that way. So I'm hoping that our commissions will hear and listen and be cooperative in working together with what the city council's trying to do right now, because we all want the same thing, a good and healthy and vibrant community. So I'm sorry it got into all this because that was never the intention, and I'm sorry that we let it divert to this because it wasn't. So we have a motion and a second on the floor for that.
Madam Mayor, may I repeat the motion to the maker, or the motion to confirm that I captured?
Yes, please.
So it's approved staff recommendation sub-items A and B. Council referred sub-item C back to the Governance Committee to clarify commission work plans aligning with the City Council work plan and priorities. Excuse me, is that?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Assistant City Clerk? Oh, sorry, am I rushing you? Okay.
Okay, Vice Mayor Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. That passes unanimously. We're going to take a 10-minute break, and then we're going to come back and go back to our special order of business, which is our commit to action pledge. The report from Chief Nikolai and I. Thank you.
Councilmember Davis, are you there? Can you unmute yourself? Councilmember Shahal?
Oh, okay, welcome back, everyone. Thank you for giving us that short break. We are now going to move back on the agenda to one of our special orders of business. Item 1D is a report from the mayor and police chief on the Commit to Action initiative efforts and action on establishing a community-based task force on diversity, equity, and inclusion. So I'd like to start by saying Police Chief Pat Nicolai, he's here also in the audience, and I are pleased to bring forward this report. After the council delegated authority to the police chief and I to establish an ad hoc committee in support of former President Obama's Commit to Action initiative, we really got to work. We met on a weekly basis for the last 10 weeks, and we engaged help and assistance from several individuals who reached out to express their strong interest in the work effort and wanted to get involved to help. And we're going to introduce you to some of those individuals this evening. I would also like to acknowledge Councilmember Teresa O'Neill, who's here this evening, and Councilmember Kathy Watanabe, who have participated in the weekly meetings as well, and who have provided guidance, leadership, and also research for some of the findings that we have worked on. So I'd like to turn it over first, before we introduce the proposed task force, I'd like to turn it over to Police Chief Nicolai to say a few words. Chief.
Thank you, Mayor Gilmore. I'm excited to be a part of this Commitment to Action initiative. I have been participating in those weekly meetings with the proposed task force representatives, a couple of who are here actually, and I support the decision to appoint them to the task force without reservation. What I have found out is that they are passionate about the issues of diversity, equity, and inclusion, and they are driven to find a solution that works for our city. And I say our city because we're all in this together. The Santa Clara Police Department has a unique partnership with residents, businesses, schools, community organizations. Our primary purpose is to protect and serve all of our residents, and through this initiative, we will work to enhance community engagement efforts and improve our relationships with everyone in our community. And this process, it's going to take time and require everyone in the city to participate, but the end result will be worth it. As the old proverb saying is if you go alone, you'll go quickly, but if you want to go far, go together. So I'm looking forward to working together. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. I'm excited as well, because I think what we're going to be talking about this evening and this initiative and these efforts and the Commit to Action plan, it's going to work when everyone's involved. And just to have you as our police chief, and as we all know, Santa Clara is very unique that we're the only city in the state of California that has an elected police chief, which nowadays I know that I've talked to many cities that would love to have an elected police chief. The fact that we have you as our elected police chief and that you're willing to work with our community and work with the task force and be very open-minded about what we're going to be trying to achieve here in the city of Santa Clara, I think is really important. So could we have the PowerPoint presentation pulled up? The ad hoc committee worked with the Marcola Center at Santa Clara University, the Marcola Center for Applied Ethics. I know many of you are familiar with that distinguished organization, to create a mission statement for the proposed task force on diversity, equity, inclusion. So up on the screen here, we have the proposed mission statement. I'm going to go ahead and read it. In response to the national call for police use of force reform, the City of Santa Clara created the Task Force on Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion. Through an open dialogue with the communities of Santa Clara and directed by community input, the task force shall make recommendations for changes in government policies, structures, services, and culture that negatively impact or do not fully benefit historically disenfranchised communities. The task force will continuously involve the communities on recommendations and progress. So the next slide we have is the ad hoc committee's recommended appointments to the proposed task force on diversity, equity, and inclusion. So at our September 17th meeting, the ad hoc committee recommended the following individuals, and you're going to hear from them, be appointed to the proposed task force. First, we have Darius Brown. Darius serves as a member of Santa Clara's Housing Rehabilitation Loan Committee, and in his professional position, works as a member of the homelessness response team for the City of San Jose. Oh, nice photo, Darius. City of San Jose. In his capacity, he works to support unsheltered families throughout the city by accessing homeless prevention programs. Over the past years, he has worked in a direct service provider role to homeless, transitional aged youth and families. Darius is a recent graduate from the San Jose State University's Master of Public Administration program. His experience is rooted in working with local service providers, seeking out the appropriate partnerships between agencies, communities, and local governments, and we'll hear from Darius quite soon. Next, we have Neil Datar. Many of you will recognize Neil and know he has worked in our city as well. Neil Datar is a class of 2017 graduate from Santa Clara University, majoring in political science and history, where he graduated summa cum laude. Neil is a resident of Santa Clara and lives near Santa Clara University campus. He served as chair of the Student Senate from the university, where many of us worked with him. At SCU, he hosted and moderated a debate for the 2016 City Council election in Santa Clara, and that was one of the first debates I had in many decades. After graduating, Neil studied at Duke Law School in Durham, North Carolina, where he recently graduated with the class of 2020 magna cum laude. He is an incoming associate at the law firm of Kirkland & Ellis, LLP, where he will practice business law out of the office in the Palo Alto area. And then our next proposed task force member is Andrew Kanak. And we also, nice picture, Andrew. We have him here with us here today, so you're going to hear from Andrew as well in person. Andrew is a third-generation Santa Claran and the outgoing chairperson of the Santa Clara Parks and Recreation Commission. One second here. Andrew currently works as the Associate Director of Individual Giving at Ronald McDonald House Charities Bay Area. His nonprofit professional experience focuses on serving low-income and diverse communities through his work in education, healthcare, mental health, and homelessness. Outside of work, Andrew volunteers for several organizations where he champions issues impacting communities of color, focusing on Asian Pacific Islanders, including representation, civic engagement, and cultural competency. And I'll talk a little bit more about Andrew in a minute. Next, we have Diana Zamora Marroquin. Diana Zamora Marroquin is the Senior Director of Political and Communication Strategy and Operations for the South Bay Labor Council. She's held a number of positions ranging from a consultant for the Select Committee on California Latin American Affairs for a state assembly member to the Public Policy and Media Manager for a state senator. She also excelled in strategic messaging creation and market research, working for a renowned research firm in San Diego as their senior project director. Prior to joining the Labor Council, her career took her to Washington, D.C., where she served as the communications director for 2 California congressmen. Diana, who is fluent in Spanish, earned a bachelor's degree in international relations with a minor in Italian from the University of Southern California, yay, and master's degree, that was editorial, master's degree in global leadership from the University of San Diego. Now I'd like to call up Darius Brown to talk about the work effort. And I just want to say about Darius while he's on his way up, that Darius had contacted Councilmember Watanabe, and they had many discussions about what was happening in the world. And I'll talk about Andrew when he comes up, because Andrew contacted me, and that's how we got our committee together. But I really want to thank Darius and Councilmember Watanabe for bringing Darius forward to work with us on this committee, and for what you've done to put this together. I'm really, really excited about it. So thank you for joining us. Thank you for all the work you've done so far, and as well as your work on our Housing Rehabilitation Loan Committee as a commissioner. But this is really something that we're very excited about. So I'd like to give you the floor so you can talk about our efforts. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that introduction, too. It's one of the best ones I got in a long time. Thank you for having me. Just want to start off by just saying thank you. Thank you all, Police Chief, Madam Mayor, City Council members, Attorney. I really do appreciate you guys. Last time I was here, we had a good conversation that I didn't know all the experience, the personal experiences were going to be shared that night, and I really, appreciate the openness. I'm just going to talk a little bit about the genesis of the ad hoc committee and what we've been doing for the past 10 weeks. Just going back to May and June, thinking about the protests and what happened when we all witnessed the incident with George Floyd. Those nationwide protests really sparked a lot of fear, pain, and confusion across the country. And I feel like it also sparked that in the city of Santa Clara. That's how we came to creating this ad hoc committee, having these difficult discussions and conversations. We really, really wanted to, capture that momentum. And I'm so appreciative that you guys didn't just let it wane off when the protests kind of stopped and sports came back and, society went kind of back to normal. I'm happy that we were able on the back end to take that momentum and to actually really start thinking about some lasting change. What came after those protests, I believe you all, Police Chief, your department, I think you all received a lot of emails about personal experiences, questions in regards to policy, some comments probably saying that the city's not doing enough, and people wanted to know more about this. My wife, she sent in a personal statement that was basically what made me want to start acting on this. So I really appreciate her time sending you that story of us both being profiled in different situations within the city. And I believe you guys read a lot of, difficult stories that, I feel like residents, we kind of live our lives in our bubbles and we don't know the experiences of other people that might be different from us in the city. So I think that is good that you guys got to see and hear some of those personal stories. And then also, I'm speaking with my colleague Andrew outside, Madam Mayor, Police Chief, you guys taking that commitment to action, that took a lot of courage. City Council, you guys backing it, that takes a lot of courage to go against the norm essentially and wanting to make this city more inclusive and more representative of all the communities in Santa Clara. So you all taking that commitment to action and really looking at the systems that are established. I feel like we have to kind of review these systems. We have to review these policies because those are what the behaviors are being displayed is due to the systems. And if we could change some systems and some policies, then we could change some behaviors within this city. And then, the past 10 weeks have been really enlightening. Just, building something from the ground up with you all it's been fun. It really has. And we're not doing this to say we know what's best for the city and the communities. We're doing this just to have a foundation that the community could then build upon because everyone listening, everyone wanting to be involved, that is exactly what we want. We want the community, we want the neighborhood residents to drive this task force. And I just want to say, moving forward as we continue to do this work, we're going to have a lot of difficult discussions and conversations, but as long as we remain open and we share, ideals and thoughts together, I know this task force is going to do wonderful work moving forward in the next years, and I'm really happy to be a part of this. And thank you all of you in here just challenging and taking this moment to really, put energy and effort behind this task force. It's going to be needed and necessary, and we're ready to rock and roll.
Thank you, Darius, for what you did to help create this as well. I feel like we all birthed a child here with not as much pain as the real thing. So next, I'd like to invite Andrew Kanak to come forward. And while we're cleaning off the area, I want to talk a little bit about Andrew because we really wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for Andrew. And Andrew reaching out to, I think it was Kathy and me as well, and we had some really deep, long conversations about how this is such a bigger issue than what, maybe some were protesting about. This is so widespread, and I think Darius said that even if, you don't have that experience, it doesn't mean it isn't there. It's there in so many ways, and it may not be skin color, it may be sexual orientation, it may be disability, it may be so many other ways. And I know Andrew was one of the first people that made me think about all the possibilities that we could look at, and through his experiences as a Parks and Recreation Commissioner and just specific things in Santa Clara. Exactly. And so I know Andrew and Darius and others, I've already seen people trying to take credit for, this is my idea or my idea. No, I want to set the record straight. I want history to set the record straight. We're looking at the people who created it. It wasn't even Chief and I, it was Andrew. You came forward and said, this is what I want to see. This is my vision. And so I really want to give credit where credit's due. And thank you for opening my eyes to a lot of things and bringing in all these other committee members as well to open, at least the people that were working on it, our eyes to a lot of things. So thank you, Andrew, so much. We do owe you a lot. And you're on, I'm not going to say my favorite commission, but since I spent 10 years as a Parks and Recreation Commissioner, you can guess. But thank you. So I wanted to give those comments before you start.
Wow.
So go ahead, Andrew.
Well, thank you so much for those kind words. Good evening, City Council. My name is Andrew Kanak. I'm the outgoing chair of the Parks and Recreation Commission. And due to personal observations of city government and historic fight for diverse representation in the city, I have had the idea for a Human Rights Commission in the city for several years now, but never thought that the city was ready to have an honest discussion about equity. In the wake of George Floyd's murder, I was happy to see and applaud all 6 council members for supporting the ad hoc committee and prioritizing the need to address systemic racism and oppression in our community now. Now we're outlining the next steps in combating racism and inequity in the community of Santa Clara. Please note that everything I'm going to go over right now is driven by the community. So both the task force itself and the work that we will do will be community driven, and therefore we will adjust the timeline as necessary based on the feedback that we receive. As you can see on the slides, we're starting by October through December. We are establishing the task force and advisory board. The task force and advisory board will collaborate on and conduct initial review of police force policies and other city policies. To explain the difference between the task force and the advisory board is we want to make sure that we have a community-driven task force that is represented by community members in Santa Clara, and our advisory board would be how we can engage community partners into the conversation, making sure that they're represented as well. November of this year through June of 2021, we'll engage the community by encouraging all residents to attend listening sessions to participate and support dialogue around systemic inequalities. My friend Neil will be discussing a little bit more about the listening sessions, but the community engagement will allow for a diverse range of input, experiences, and stories, and will help ensure the voices of communities of color, including as the main focus of the task force considerations in developing policies and strategy recommendations. Go ahead and go to the next slide. August of next year through September of next year, we'll make sure to report the findings of the community. As Darius had said earlier, we're making sure that we are engaging the community on each step and that we're reporting back and taking feedback each step of the way. And we'll send the feedback to the community on possible recommendations for policy reform and strategies throughout the city government. And finally, in October through November 2022, we'll look at the findings and recommend to council on the police use of force action, any other changes for government policy structures and culture that negatively impact or do not fully benefit historically disenfranchised communities, and present possible recommendations to the council on city charter changes. The important thing about this is we know that the task force is not meant to be permanent, but we're hoping that by this time we can figure out a longer term structure to put into the city charter to make sure that this is something that can last generations and that we can make sure that we're supporting disenfranchised communities for generations to come. Thank you all.
Andrew, I want to say one thing we did talk about was that we have that the long-term vision in mind with the commission, or some kind of long-term solution. But I know the committee talked about, even if there are shorter-term things that you wouldn't wait till the end, that you would come back. If there's things that the city through policies or the police department need to address sooner rather than later, that you will be very proactive to come back as you discover things and as you get the information and collaborate with everyone, in the community. You may be coming back sooner than that even.
Yes, yeah, that's a very great point. So right now, these timelines are to set a framework of when we think things will happen, but obviously, any policy initiatives that we're able to look at sooner and get feedback on quicker, we would love to make sure that we're taking swift action on anything that we can, and we just want to make sure that we're showing the longer 2-year kind of plan for this task force to show that we're invested in the long haul, and we're looking forward to looking at City Hall brick by brick and see how we can better serve our community and everyone that's in it.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Andrew. All right, so next I'd like to invite Diana Zamora Marquin to speak. Diana, I hope you're on the line. She was just recently recommended to the task force, and I've had several conversations with Diana. She's going to bring a wealth of knowledge based on her experience to the efforts. So are you on, Diana?
I am, yes.
Oh, awesome. Welcome, Diana. I'm hoping we told the community a little bit about you, although I think a lot of community members know you already, but we'd like to hear from you. if you'd like to say a few words, Diana.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for the opportunity. And, it's a real honor for me to be considered and recommended for joining this task force. I think, especially in this time in which we find ourselves in this kind of crossroad, right, for our country and our communities, this task force is not only going to be instrumental in showing the community that we value them and that we see them as individuals, as human beings, but that also their opinion matters to us, right? That they are true members of our community. And there is nothing quite like being able to have those conversations with the community and then bringing it back, that I think really gives them some power, empowers them, and gives them a voice. And so I'm very much looking forward to working with my fellow colleagues. And I'd also just like to say that I'm incredibly proud to live in a city where our police chief, our mayor, our city council is willing to take this step, right? And really wants to engage in this type of conversation because they understand not just the short-term value, but the long-term value that this will bring to our community and to our residents. So I'm absolutely ready to take on any challenges. I'm very much looking forward to engaging with my colleagues and getting this process started. And I think that it's going to be instrumental and critical, especially in this time that we're really at a crossroads, to develop something that is going to propel our city forward and is going to make us better, make us a role model, and make us a beacon. So thank you for the opportunity. I'm very excited about it.
Thank you, Diana. Thank you for joining us. Just hang on, because we're not done yet. So I'd like to invite now Neil Datar to speak. I'm hoping Neil's on the line. Neil?
Hi, Mayor.
Neil, before you start, I just want to say how instrumental you've been in helping us. Your connections with Santa Clara University, which led to the assistance that you're going to talk about from the Markula Center, has been invaluable. And I know that there was a time that you interned in our city attorney's office, I think, in Santa Clara, a little way back when, and all the connections we've had through our neighborhood university relations committee, the NERC committee, and all the things that you've done and the history you have with the city is going to serve us very well and serve the task force very well. And you've just been a wealth of knowledge for our task force. So I wanted to, we all want to thank you for that. But go ahead, Neil. Tell us what you want to tell us.
Thank you for the kind words, Mayor Gilmore. I would second that. I've been really inspired working with the city, starting at my time at Santa Clara University and then continuing up until now. I'd like to briefly update the council and community today on the ad hoc committee's discussions about the importance of our listening tours and really the central role that community engagement will play in the success of our task force. As Andrew and Darius discussed, we thought it was important to do our due diligence and develop a working plan and a timeline that we could present to the council and the community for review. But additionally, we think it's equally important to underline that this timeline and even the list of strategic priorities that we brought forward so far are subject to change based on what we hear from the community. We intend this to be truly a community-driven process. And as such, we intend to pursue the inclusivity-related goals that the community, particularly the underserved communities, tell us is most important to them. To that end, we're planning a series of listening sessions to engage the community directly. We will schedule these, as Andrew said, between November 2020 and June 2021. These sessions will provide us with the community feedback necessary to hone in on and really deliberately choose our goals, which we're going to take on. We expect police use of force reform will certainly be a leading topic, but we're also going to encourage in the community forums discussion of other issues of city governance related to inclusivity that we can review and potentially reform through our governments. We intend to partner with local organizations and experts that share our values and can assist us in carrying forward our community outreach, and to make sure that we're asking the right questions to the community. We have begun discussions with various organizations that serve members of the Santa Clara community, including AACSA, the African American Community Service Agency. My former student government colleague, Helen Casa, has indicated an interest in collaborating with us on the task force as we move forward. Though we have work to do in defining what this relationship with community partners will look like, we look forward to figuring this out together. Finally, I would like to take a moment to thank the Markkula Center at Santa Clara University for agreeing to consult with our task force on a volunteer basis. The Markkula Center conducts significant ethical consulting work with major companies in the Bay Area, as well as governments, and we're honored to have them on board. I'd like to introduce Joan Harrington, a professor of law at Santa Clara University and member of the Markkula Center, to speak about ways in which the center will be working with our task force. Joan?
Thank you, Neil. So first, I'd like to echo what has been said about my own personal pride to be part of a city that would undertake addressing all the issues that we've talked about. Being a member of the Santa Clara University community, I have tremendous pride to be advising this task force in the city. So the Markkula Center is one of 3 centers of distinction at the university, and it was started over 30 years ago. And our original focus was on the Santa Clara University curriculum to ensure that ethical principles were presented to students there in courses across the campus. But as the center grew, the Markkula Center began to serve a broader community and eventually communities around the world. And now the center's purpose is defined as bringing traditions of ethical thinking on real world problems, which is exactly what we're doing in this situation now. So our work will be to offer advice and counsel to the task force on how to proceed in defining their mission and vision, work which we have already begun, and eventually on the conversations that we'll be having in communities and how we can foster ethical discourse with all communities and how we can follow and practice the ethical principle of inclusion. So we hope that we'll be able to add value. We have a small team at the Markkula Center who's available, excuse me, to support the task force in the city. And we appreciate the opportunity to participate in this. So thank you.
Thank you, Neil, for your presentation, and thank you, Joan, for everything that you've done with us so far. It was pretty amazing that through Father President at Santa Clara University and the Markkula Center and everyone in the Markkula Center that has so swiftly offered help for us and our committee. And just the work so far, having Joan involved, has really helped focus the mission statement with us and really opened up a lot of conversation. So I know that the task force is going to really be focused on, many conversations and many questions and, many different opportunities, especially during the listening tours, and to be able to process all that information and be able to look at it in a way that is going to be meaningful to come out with their recommendations. I think that the work of the Markkula Center and Joan is going to be invaluable to the committee. So thank you, Joan, so far. You've been a real pleasure to work with so far, and we really are very grateful for what you've offered and what the Markkula Center has offered the city of Santa Clara. So before we go into the recommendation, I'd like to invite, starting with Councilmember Watanabe, who really engaged Darius to be involved with this, and has been involved, jumped up right away and said, hey, I want to be part of this, and I appreciate that, Kathy. So why don't you take some time to say a few words.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. It's really great, it's hard to believe it's been 10 weeks since this all started. It's gone by very fast, but at the same time, it's been good quality time, and I just want to thank the mayor and Chief Nikolai for leading this important initiative and the creation of this task force. This is an opportunity to make change for the benefit of our city and the communities that it serves. It's been wonderful to be a part of the meetings and to hear our three wise men, as I like to call them, put forth their thoughts on how to drive this task force and make it successful. So thank you, Andrew, Darius, and Neil, for stepping up to take action and a leadership role in an effort to make a difference for all. And thank you too to Diana for coming forward to be appointed to the task force, bringing your experience with South Bay Labor and working partnerships, which will add invaluable knowledge to the task force. So I really look forward to seeing this go forward. People that I've talked to initially, then when they hear it, they think, oh, this is something that the city council is going to be doing, something that the city council is going to be driving. And I say, no, this is the community. It's going to be community-led, community-driven, and because that's where the ideas are going to come from, and the thoughts and the direction. So it's nice to be able to be on the back burner, just kind of overseeing things for a change, and let our future leaders take an early role and see where this all goes. So thank you for your time, and thank you, Joan, also for all that you have contributed in the direction of the task force as well. So thank you.
Thank you. And then I'm going to turn it over to Councilmember O'Neill, who worked with Neil Datar to bring Neil forward and kept in contact with Neil all these years. And Neil has been a valuable member of this committee. So thank you, Councilmember O'Neill. And if you'd like to say a few words.
Yes, thank you. I'm very grateful to this next generation of leaders that have stepped forward in Santa Clara, in Andrew, Darius, Neil, and Diana, to start us on a journey that, we don't know exactly where we're going to be going, but I think it's going to be exciting. I think there will be times when it'll be painful, but it's only when you're really willing to go through a little pain that you have growth on the other side. And one of the things that I said back when we agreed to establish the ad hoc committee that's recommending this task force is that I learned through some very wise teachers in my high school years about when anybody is not allowed to be free, then all of our freedoms are impacted. And we don't, we will realize that as we work together and be honest with each other and are willing to examine where some of the things we maybe don't even know that exist within ourselves, then we are unleashing our individual and collective possibilities as people and as a community. And that kind of thing, that's, I think, what drives a lot of us and what we want for ourselves and our loved ones and our friends to have that kind of very fulfilled life. Because, we have so many problems and challenges in this world. We can't afford not to have everybody fully participating. And also, that participation and coming to an appreciation of all the gifts and talents and abilities that people bring will make our lives so much richer. And I know some of I welcome a lot of these discussions, maybe because I came from a very Irish family that liked to talk a lot, as you could possibly tell. But so I enjoy that give and take, and I think it'll be wonderful for all of the Santa Clara community. And we've got some great leaders in place, and they will bring others into to the committee, and then the process. Even if you don't end up being on a formal member of the task force, anybody who wants to be part of this process will be part of this process. And I think what we have done in the last 10 weeks has been very disciplined. We met every week. We met for a certain time. We had objectives that were going to be worked on. And I'll tell you, the members of the members of the task force going forward with Joan, they did most of the work, and so the rest of us were kind of commenting or advising, or it was we worked well together, but they drove what the mission statement is, what the plan is. And so that's how we wanted it to be. We wanted it to be coming from members of the community. But while that part has been very disciplined, and there has to be some structure in order for something to come out at the end, the process is not going to, as I see it, will not be set in stone rigid. It'll take on different shapes at different times to meet the needs of the community as we find them, and different members of the community will have different needs, and they'll need to be communicated with differently. We'll have, the task force will have to work to find a way to meet them where they are and help them feel comfortable in talking about what it is what they have to contribute. And I don't want to presuppose any final recommendations, but I'm very excited. I think that we're somewhat unique in the approach that we're taking. And, I think we all have to admit, we all have work to do within ourselves as individuals, as a community, as a governmental institution. But I definitely, as we are here in a governmental setting, I really look forward to finding a way to also make that governmental setting be more responsive to the needs of the community. So, as I said, I look forward to going forward with this, with the support of the entire council, and I look forward to learning from, and sitting back and observing and learning from the community. So thank you all for being willing to help.
Thank you, Councilmember O'Neills, for your insights. I'd like to put up the recommendation, but I also want to explain a little bit about it, and I think Councilmember O'Neill, Councilmember Watanabe touched on this as well, that we're recommending the establishment of this task force on diversity, equity, and inclusion. We've identified 4 members. The task force we originally talked about, but it will be up to the task force, would include up to 7 maybe to start, just to get things going, and they may want to expand that. We're proposing that the Chief Nicolai and I just oversee it, but it's the task force that does the appointments of their other committee members. It's the task force that helps and establishes that advisory group to the task force. It's a task force that sets their agenda. What I'm trying to say is, and this is probably going to make us a little bit unusual compared to other cities and organizations, that we are going to let go as elected officials. We're going to let go. We're going to let go and let the task force take this and make this truly community-based. Although it has to be a Brown Act committee and we have like certain minimum requirements, our city attorney will help us with that. And the chief and I will be there to help if needed, but we are going to let go and let you take it, let you appoint your committee members, let you, as you can see, they'll be in very, very capable hands, especially with the advice of the Marcola Center. And you go out to our community, identify the community. And I think all of you have your unique experiences, and you'll expand your task force to identify what you need to help you identify our community. And you will be the one conducting the listening tours and other things. And it's not going to be, the elected officials giving you direction or anything like that. And I think that's the uniqueness of what we're doing here in Santa Clara. And again, I'm very grateful that our elected police chief is cooperating with us, because there's probably going to be some issues that are going to come up that are going to be difficult for his department, difficult for our city, difficult for the way we distribute services in the community. There's going to be a lot of difficult conversations. This is probably going to be the best night of our life when this committee, but there's going to be a lot of difficult situations going forward. I mean, just with 2 of the gentlemen we have in here are 2 commissioners. They both have individual stories of things, that have happened in this community. But I think, what we really want to do is pass it over and let you run this and report back what you find from the community. And the chief and I will be there to help, if needed, just oversight, but not directing in any way, just for help. So the recommendation is to approve the establishment of the task force. And again, the task force will then, whatever process and procedure that you decide will include, other people that want to be interested in serving with you, as well as your advisory committee. And then all the meetings will be, Brown Act meetings will be open to the public. That we would, that you'd help support the development of the Santa Clara plan to address the 4 at a minimum, the 4 components of our commit to action that the chief and I signed. We want to make sure we address those commit to action initiatives. And also then the second part of the recommendation is to appoint our founding committee on task force, our founding task force of the 4 individuals that we're putting forward this evening to, get the work started on the task force of diversity, equity, and inclusion. So I think that ends our presentation. I want to thank everyone for that. I'm sure there's going to be questions, comments from council, and maybe some public members as well. So first I see Councilmember Davis. You have a question followed by Vice Mayor Hardy.
Oh, thank you, Mayor. So first of all, you can hear me? Am I unmuted? Okay, thank you.
We can hear you.
Okay, thank you. I want to applaud the team that was put together, because I remember Darius going to Kathy Watanabe and saying, we have an issue in Santa Clara. What can you do? And they had numerous talks over months. And I remember he wanted to do something for his community. And so Darius, to you, I call you Mr. Inclusion, because you brought us here. You were the one that came and said, we have an issue. I need to identify this, and how can we make this work in our city? To you, Andrew, you are Mr. Connectivity. You are a kind of person that likes to collaborate and be in what is happening. But at the same time, you've been able to network within the community. You're kind of like one of those silent people that walks around and doesn't take the accolades for doing a job well done. You're a very humble person. To Neil Zatar, you did stellar work at Santa Clara University. I remember working with you on NERC also, but what you did at the university for social justice is just well known. I know that the mayor and I attended a few of the social justice forums that were held, and we really enjoyed them. We thought we had a great time, even though we were the oldest people there on campus. It was kind of scary.
You were.
So So for all 3 of you, you are the youth, and you have the diversity of thought for us to go forward with this team, and just a collaboration of 10 weeks. I want to thank you for that, working with the council, with the mayor, and with the chief of police. It's a hard thing to do, to come up with a timeline, a moving target work plan. This is a process that's going to continue for a while, and I was very impressed with what you came up with. And then also I wanted to thank Diana for joining the team. I haven't had a chance to meet you, but I've heard about you, and I think that you're going to do one heck of a job with the boys here. We always have to have those women in there, Diana. And to you, Joan, thank you for your time and your staff helping out with that, and Father O'Brien for giving this MOU and working with a great partner, the city and Santa Clara University. We've been here together. We're only a year apart between 1851 and 1852, but we're still working strong together. I love the fact that when Andrew brought up that he wanted to make charter changes, and I think that that is a good idea. It is a work in progress, but I also believe that coming back to the council and just saying, giving us an update, kind of let us know what's going on and how you're progressing. I'm pretty sure that the mayor and the chief are going to give you everything that you need to move this through the community. I think this is a great idea. I mean, we all come up against prejudice, and for one reason or another, and I think that you guys have made great strides in what you're doing. I applaud everything that you're doing, and I'm so happy this even happened. But if it wasn't for you, Darius, this would not be here. If it wasn't for you going to Kathy Watanabe and saying, help me, I think this was one of those things where she listens. She's always been a good listener, but she came back and said, what can we do? So what a stellar team. I want you guys to get whatever you need to move forward. And I can't wait till you come back with some recommendations. And the fact that you're going to be working with our community says a lot. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Davis. Vice Mayor Hardy.
Thank you. This whole process received a absolute unanimous vote from the council. What is bothering me and what is not clear is the process that was gone through to find people. I'm bothered that we walked past and ignored our first council member who is a minority, and they have not been part of this process. That kind of horrifies me. Also, I work at the high school, and I know there are 52 different native languages within the school district. When I see who's been put on this, I want to know what was the process. Was there an open call? How would people know? And also on top of that, we have found a very big problem, and it even has a term, it's called the digital divide. The people who mostly need help are the ones that are not going to have all the technology to even hear any of this conversation, and that bothers me a lot. And I'm concerned. I know many people who would be interested in this, but once we voted on this, then I did not hear anything. There was nothing where council members were asked if we knew anyone. I did not see anything put out. And when we're talking about inclusion and diversity and equity, and we start out this way, that worries me. That to me is a bad first step. How many people on this task force? I have not heard. How are they going to be found? I have not heard. Have you gone out and put out in any way to ask for volunteers? Not that I've heard. It looks like these people that came forward. I have no problem with the people who have come forward, and that's wonderful. But when I look at the group, I wouldn't say that looks like a cross-section of Santa Clara. And that bothers me a lot. And those are the questions I have, and I want to have answered before we send you off. Because I know as a school teacher that the people who need the most help are the ones least able to ask for it and have the least voice. And that's what I see happening here, and that bothers me a lot.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Hardy. I will attempt to answer some of those questions. First of all, the council gave authority to the chief and I to create an ad hoc committee. So everybody voted on that, and it was a unanimous vote to do that. You were here, at least voting. I asked at that meeting if any council members were interested in being involved to let me know. 2 council members came to me right away, Councilmember O'Neill and Councilmember Watanabe. You did not come to me. Councilmember Chahal did not come to me, and Councilmember Davis did not come to me. So the 2 that came right away after I received, and the chief received council authority, came right away, and we started working. I don't know what you expected some kind of an outcome, because we spent 10 weeks putting this project together. You have to start somewhere. You have to have some structure. I wrote I think it's a 2-page staff report. A lot of the questions you had are in that, so maybe you need to go back and take another look at it, because we talked about in the report a 7-member committee to start on the task force. of which 4 would be here and the other 3, and actually the task force has the ability to expand that if they want to expand it to even more. So there's opportunities for those that are interested. Obviously, because it hasn't been approved yet by the oversight by the council, they're not out advertising or outreaching yet, because we have to start somewhere. That will all happen. I really question, I'm puzzled by you say, well, they don't look like our community. That is just puzzling to me. I don't even want to go there and answer that. But what I do want to say is when you look at the expertise of all the 4 individuals, plus whoever they'll end up putting on in the future, the goal is to come up with, okay, the mission statement, which we have. You have to start somewhere. There's going to be a vision put forward. And then the important part of this task force is that they are going to work with agencies and others who do this work for a living to be able to identify different communities in our city of Santa Clara. So that's going to be the major part of the work, is identifying specific communities to outreach. Now, they're not all watching this council meeting, yes. As much as we think that everyone's watching us, they're not. And many don't have any technology. So that's why we have to rely on not only ourselves, but our sister and brother agencies to help us with the outreach to be able to identify. That's all part of the work. That's why this is kind of a long process, because there's so much work involved. So I'm sorry you weren't interested enough to ask about it, but we have been working really, really hard to bring this back. And I'm actually really proud of what we've done. And if other council members expressed no interest, I did have a call from, or a message from Council Member Chahal a day before I had to get my report in for the city council meeting just last week. So, you know, there's room for everybody to be involved in this. There is room. You can help identify people. You can help with agencies. You can help with the communication to get this all out. But this is not a neat little package wrapped up, ready to go for the community. It's a work in progress, and it's a lot of work that's going to happen for our outreach. This subject is going to reach so many people for so many different ways, and that's why we want it to be community-driven and community-focused. I'm sorry you didn't understand what you were doing when you appointed the chief and I to do this. I'm sorry you didn't read the report coming forward, but it's really a positive effort. And I don't appreciate the negativity going forward, because we've had enough of that already, and we're trying to make a positive difference, you know, going forward. We're trying to engage our community in a way. And so I'm a little bit offended, but you know, it wouldn't be the first time. So I'm not saying for you, but for other things. I just really think that this is a very positive thing, and I'm highly recommending it. All right, any other council member? Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. At the outset, I would like to say thank you for the work done, and whosoever is on the recommendations on that. But I would start echoing what Vice Mayor Hardy mentioned. Like, we did give you the authority, and I don't think the authority we gave you, I think it was a consent line item, and there was I don't think you mentioned to council member who's interested, come back. Maybe I'm wrong, but I need to see the tape that you mentioned that, okay, contact me that. My idea was, if you have been given authority, you will contact us, at least communicate within the council what is going on. And it's not a question of negativity. I would start with that. Inclusion starts within. Like, and this is not the first instance when a council member has not been included or not been communicated. I can give you another example of that, but if you want it, I can give you that. But the optics of this thing, like how the people were, I'm not pointing out the wrong or right people. The optics and transparency issue of this thing is not good. When we gave you authority, we were expecting that, okay, they will outreach the community, they will outreach, they will listen to some people and then engage them, engage few more people. I don't know how many people. I see on the city website since yesterday they have put posting about this thing. They could have done that thing earlier. We have a social media. We could have done that thing much earlier. Hey, we are working on it. Any suggestions? Anybody interested? They should come forward. So those were the optics we should have been talking about. Now this gives, okay, how the selection was done, how it pick and choose was done. Where is the transparency? Did we contact NAACP? Did we contact any other like major ethnic religious organizations which are suffering from these issues? And these are the President Obama's full commit to action emphasizes around all these things I'm talking about: listening, transparency, communication. And these are some of the bigger things we are talking about. And when Vice Mayor Hardy raised that, I fully second her. Like this was not done in a transparent way. This was optics is not right. There was inclusion was left over. Like out of 130,000 people in Santa Clara, we contacted maybe 5-10 people to come to this conclusion, which is a year-long committee, and we picked 4 people. And I don't want to comment on who is right, who's wrong on the people we picked up, but I'm just puzzled about the way we did this thing, the way that we came to this conclusion. That's my troubling point. And if we think that we can solve the minority issues, ethnic issues by doing the way things we are doing this way, I'm afraid it is not the right way of doing it. You can, like, neither you, Council Mayor Gilmore, neither Chief of Police Nicoloi can ever step into my shoes, what I faced as a minority. So there's a reason I'm talking about this thing, because if you would have involved or given me a call, hey, Raj, we are working on it, because we gave you the authority. We were expecting that you will call. I sent you email when I didn't hear back anything, and you did call other people. It's not that you did not call other people. You did call, or you or your team did call other people to find out, okay, what the interest is. So to me, it shows that there was bare minimum engagement, there are bare minimum transparency in this process. So I'm a bit concerned about how the process has gone forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Chahal. I'm really sorry that you feel that way. I was actually surprised myself that you didn't express any interest. I actually have my comments from that evening because I thought there's a potential that this might come forward. So I was talking to Teresa, a comment from Teresa O'Neill when she said that night that council member, she was interested. I said, quote, there's a lot of really good work out there and there's a lot of resources to help us with this, and I'm going to call on you to help. I know you have expressed a large amount of interest in this, as well as any other council member that wants to help can help. So to expressed interest, you did not. So I'm sorry about that. But again, the work of the committee is going to be to do those things, to do outreach to the NAACP and all these other agencies. That's the reason of forming the task force for outreach. And I'm disappointed that something that we're trying to do is so positive, that people on our council are making negative when they didn't spend any of the weeks being involved with this and doing the work. And I don't know what you're saying, Councilmember Chahal, but it was members of the community that came to me. It was Andrew that talked to me about this, and it was Darius that talked to Kathy about it, and Teresa was talking to Neil, and I was talking to Diana. So I think they're perfect for the position. I think it's going to be a wonderful initiative for our community going forward. And it's a long process, and it's going to involve a lot of people, and we are at the beginning. It took 10 weeks for us to form this structure, and we're so lucky we had Santa Clara University, or it would have taken us longer. The council gave us unanimous authority to come and bring this forward, of which we did. So I really want to thank everyone for all the help. Councilmember Davis, do you have more comments?
Yes, Mayor. I just can't believe what I'm hearing, but I understand that when we are given, when authority is giving and we're going out to put a structure in place, and we go out and we build something after 10 weeks and it's still not totally baked, where there are 3 other people that, you know, this team is going to bring on, and that this whole thing is not council-based, it is community-based. So I'm not understanding why I'm having this little whiny conversation here, but I would really like to make the motion to approve this and move this forward and let the team do what they have to do in our community. And I agree with you. I'm disappointed in what was said, because I remember that evening and you asked specifically who wants to be on this committee. And I knew it would be a great thing for me, because I am in an interracial marriage. I was called a racist at a council meeting, so I have a big stake in this game. So I'm very disappointed in just what's going on. I mean, why are these council people feeling uncomfortable? What are they feeling uncomfortable about? We're not even there yet. This thing is not out there in the community. A structure has been formed. So it's unfortunate that I'm upset that the fact that we're even having this conversation for something that is so good for our community: inclusion, transparency, conversation. So I would like to make the motion. Let's move this forward, and I'm just disappointed in some of my fellow council members. So Teresa and Kathy, thank you. For the team, thank you. I'm sorry you had to hear this, but I want to move this forward and make the motion.
Go ahead.
I make the step, well, okay, is it staff recommendation?
No, it's Chief and I.
Okay.
Our recommendation.
Okay, I'd like to make the motion from the mayor and the chief of police to move this forward.
I'll second. And I have some comments I'd like to make too.
All right, Councilmember O'Neill.
I want to capture a little bit of what, Councilmember Davis and the mayor said. I mean, too often when we have a very lofty idea, it's almost like, I talk about, an analogy I use is sometimes if you come across some dead creature on the beach, sometimes you don't know, you can't figure out how to examine to figure out what it is, or how do you cut it apart into certain pieces, and sometimes you cut it apart too much and you can no longer tell what it was. So this was rather an amorphous task. And I have seen things flounder and, wash up on the beach dead because you couldn't find a way to move forward. So what I viewed that what this group was doing was to do some of that thrashing around and to come forward with some ideas. It's not, once again, it's not engraved in stone or anything like that. And I very much appreciate some of the comments that Vice Mayor Hardy made about, the digital divide. And, if you look around some of the communities that are within a half a mile of this city hall are some of the people that we need to reach the most. A lot of the families that attend Scott Lane School. The mayor and I have talked about the families that live over in Mission Town. And, and what I'm looking to the members of the task force, and I hope that we will have groups like Asian Americans for Community Involvement involved. I'm hoping we'll have MCA, Mission Muslim Community Association, involved. I hope we'll have different organizations from the Latino, Latinx community involved, because those are all people that are in Santa Clara. So I think what we just did was to put a structure so that we can go out and now have something for them to come to. something that'll have some form around it, and it will. I think it ensures it brings a much better likelihood that it will be successful in the end to have a starting place. It's only a starting place if the community comes and says, this isn't the structure that we want. The task force can, if they need, if they think that they need some other direction from council, that can happen. We just wanted to have some form so that to give this a launching pad, to give it a much higher likelihood of success. Thank you. There were no other motivations.
Thank you. Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm very disappointed with some of the conversations that I'm hearing this evening. When I met Darius over a year ago, we met for coffee. And an hour that was planned for coffee turned into 2.5 hours. And he told me basically his life story and what he had been through and what his family members had been through. And talked about racial profiling. But I knew there was something about this young man that would eventually, he would bring a lot to the table in terms of what he could offer in a lot of different ways, even just his work, his career, what he's doing right now. But when all of this came about, when the Black Lives Matter protests were happening, when George Floyd, the murder happened, I was thinking about Darius one day, and I reached out to him to see how he was doing, and because I was concerned because of the stories he had told me. And the next thing was he's telling me, I'd really like to see an anti-discrimination commission or committee formed in the city. Then the next thing was I was talking to Andrew, and Andrew's telling me about the Human Rights Commission, and it's like, within like a week or so, all of these things were happening, and I talked to the mayor, and I told the mayor about my conversation with Andrew. So we had a phone call with Andrew one morning, and it was like everything just came together. It was like it was meant to be. And so it was wonderful how everything was able to just fall into place. The mayor brought forth the pledge, had Chief Nikolai come and speak as well. Darius came and spoke at the meeting. I mean, it was just everything just started to fall into place. The mayor opened up the floor basically to say, anybody wants to be a part of this, they can be a part of it. And I had already had the outreach with Darius and Andrew, actually. And so, of course, I wanted to be involved. Councilmember O'Neill, she had interactions with Neil Datar, and he was a natural for the committee as well. I think it's really, frankly, it's insulting that a comment would be made that these 4 young people do not represent a cross-section, are good represent a cross-section of the city. They do. I mean, they do. And they bring a heck of a lot to the table that will give us guidance and direction, not just us. I'm talking about the city, that will take us to where we need to be in terms of moving forward. And be a representative, be a role model, not just for the city, but for the county, for the state. It has to start somewhere. And I'm proud of what we've been able to do in the last 10 weeks to get that started. And I want to see it go forward. And if you want to be a part of it, just like the mayor said, anybody can be a part of it. This is a base. It's starting somewhere. There's like a 2-year process. There's going to be listening tours in an effort to be able to collect from the communities what people want and to be able to guide and grow the task force forward. It has to start somewhere. And this is where it's starting. And I'm happy to support the motion.
Thank you, Councilmember Watanabe. Vice Mayor Hardy.
Thank you. My concern is that the motion under the recommendations only talks about these 4 people. It doesn't talk about adding any more. It doesn't give a way for anyone to contact them. I mean, I think of very large groups. We have the largest Muslim community center here in Santa Clara. We have the anti-Semitism is up, and that concerns me. We have a very large Latina and Latino base. And I'm not clear if Diana actually lives here in Santa Clara, but I can think of someone who works in the school, who is a manager for an apartment complex, who is going to be tapped into much more of the real life of what it's like to live here and to struggle. And it's not clear to me from this motion how these people would contact, or who they would contact, or how many people are going to be part of the task force. And that concerns me. That's what I want to have explained, because right now it just says to appoint these people. It doesn't say anything about adding more. It doesn't say anything about, I'm glad that we're utilizing the Markula Center. That's great. They're wonderful. But when I look through this recommendation, it doesn't say any of what I'm hearing, and that worries me.
I guess I'll repeat myself again. It does outline in the report that was prepared by the chief and I, the makeup of the committee. They're going to have to set their own rules and regulations. It's going to be a minimum of 7 people. It's all in the report. As you know, you can't make recommendations 3 paragraphs long. So, you know, we can make sure the recommendation refers back to the report that outlines how they're going to operate. But there's a lot of work to get started. It's a new committee, a new task force. It's going to be a Brown Act committee. So there is work to get started. They will have to put out information, you know, assisted by the city on how they will be appointing their additional task force members, how they will get that information out to make sure that it's very inclusive. They're going to be working on that. And so, again, and this is probably a really good example of why we need to take this out of our hands and put it in the hands of a task force for this reason alone. So thank you for helping make this even clearer to me. But I think that the committee is going to make those decisions. It's all in the report. It's all in the report. I know it's not perfect. As Councilmember O'Neill said, we have to start somewhere, and we believe this is a really great start to a committee that is really going to dig deep into our community. We have to start somewhere. So, you know, I appreciate, you know, the armchair quarterbacks coming in now and saying, hey, this is wrong, and you didn't think about this, and why didn't you, you know, talk to my apartment complex owner? Oh, let me just clarify for the record, Diana is a Santa Clara resident. You know, why didn't you talk to this one? Why didn't you go to the MCA? Why didn't you do this? They're going to do all that, but you have to start somewhere. And if, you know, I know everybody has a lot of ideas, and that's going to be the challenge of the task force. It's going to be channeling everyone's ideas to make sure you are open and inclusive and you reach the right people. And that is going to be challenging, as you can tell. But what I really like is that our task force is up to the challenge. They're excited about it. They know that this is their future in our community, and they want to make it right, and they want people to be on equal footing. That's what's important. So I think we need to take a leap of faith now and turn over all of our thoughts and our biases and everything else, and let this be truly a Santa Clara plan and truly driven by the community. And I think that's what we're trying to ask you tonight, to do that. All right, I have a public member. Oh, Councilmember Davis, did you have something else to say? Councilmember Davis?
No, thank you, Mayor. I think you summed it up very well, it is not about us. It's about the community. And we are passing this off to the community. So I'm not understanding why some people want to micromanage this. Let's pass it off to the community. Let's move on.
All right, so we have number 4907. It's the only public member I have right now, right? 4907?
Hi. Yes, this is resident Anthony Becker. So I do applaud your efforts into creating this task force to start this process to address systematic racism. But I still have the same questions that Councilmember Hardy had and Councilmember Chahal. Why wasn't this vetted? Why wasn't it chosen maybe by districts? There should have been an application process. It should be more inclusive, and why is it being done so quickly? Like I said, more public outreach. It needs to be done for more than out of those circles that we say that, you know, a lot of people say that you are. I want us to all get along, but the belittling comments I think are getting a little unfair, especially coming from members who actually supported the Yes on Measure C campaign, which was a systematic, racist, and classist measure. So why are we rushing this? We should have more. I know more people that wanted to be included. We usually get emails that say, hey, if you want to be on a commission, please, you know, go here. This should have been that kind of way. We should have had it more, you know, better representation, I feel. But like I said, why are we rushing it when there's a council member that continues to belittle myself and others that, you know, she continues to motion so fast because she's on her way out and she's probably calling in from the East Coast actually tonight. So I think it's very unfair that when we speak and then you turn around and attack us. That's not fair. I support this. And once again, our words are usually ended up being, you know, taken out of context. But I know that it should have been more interest, and people should have had a chance to actually apply for this. I'm not saying that this is a problem, that we should just continue this to make it a larger group and be more inclusive by an application process and also being more harmonious with the neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Any other public speakers? Okay, so we have, City, Brian Doyle.
Is this on?
Yes, I think it's on.
I think all of you know that my son is a young African-American man. I don't know, is it on? Okay, I think all of you know that my son is an African-American male. He's 14 years old. This summer, he told me that his mother had told him, don't walk down Scott Boulevard when you come back from getting some food, because I don't want the police to mistake you for someone else and shoot you. I'm not saying this because I think that the Santa Clara police would do that. What I'm saying is that we've lived through a hell of a time this summer. And we're trying to do something good here. And I'm really, really, really hurt that there are people in this room, people on the phone, who are trying to elevate their political interests over just trying to do something good here. I am truly hurt. This is not about politics. This is about examining who we are as Santa Clara. It's not about who's on the commission. These folks came forward and worked hard and volunteered. And the negativity that's being put by people on them when they're trying to do something good. These are going to be hard conversations we're going to have. Can we please stop this? Can we please, please, please stop this and start listening to the community and dealing with each other with compassion and respect? Please. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. And I think that's what we're trying to do. And I want to assure everyone, including the community, that there's going to be opportunity for everyone to be heard. And it's going to be a very inclusive and welcoming committee and task force, and one where we want people, when they come and talk to the task force and the advisory committee and however they see forming this, that people feel safe to come and tell their stories, because the only way we're going to be able to change and to make things better and make things equal is if people feel free and safe to tell their stories. And based upon what I heard this evening, I wouldn't feel safe coming here to tell the story. I'm glad I'm hoping that this passes and we make this decision that people will feel safe coming to our task force and really telling the task force what they've experienced here in Santa Clara, whether, police or government level or whatever it is, so that we can truly make changes. And again, I know it's going to be hard because we're taking it out of our hands and we're passing it over. And so that's very hard for some people, that they won't be, we're going to not have control of this. And so it's hard, but it's something that we have worked really hard in the last 10 weeks. Some people say, you've done it too quick. Some people say you didn't take long enough. Again, we're never going to make everyone happy, but we're going to provide a vehicle for people to express themselves, for people to be involved however they want to be involved. And I don't know about all of you, but listening to the 4 members that we have been working with, they're exceptional people. And the best part about it is they really believe in this. They're spending their time. They spent the last 10 weeks. They've worked on things with the Marcola Center. They really believe in this effort. And you know what? I really believe in them, that they're going to be able to lead us to the place where we need to be. Because one thing that we did is we listened to the protests. We listened to the community. We've got emails. We're listening. And there's going to be a place for everyone. So those that are fearful that they're not going to be able to be involved, put your fears aside, because you will. You will get involved. You will be involved if you want to be, because these committee members are going to be open, welcoming, and inclusive. I can guarantee it. They will be. So I don't think there's anything to fear. And I think we should move this forward because it's really something that our community needs. Darius, would you like to come forward?
Thank you so much, Vice Mayor Hardy, for your comments. I just want to reiterate, even though we're appointed tonight, or if we're not appointed, this task force does not belong to any of us. It is going to belong to the community. Also, we just want to state that language matters, and just hearing some of the comments. I'm getting ready to have my first child next year. That's going to be born at Santa Clara Kaiser, and hearing, that opinion is almost making me feel like, will my child not be representative of the community? I just want everyone to know that microaggressions happen even when we probably think they don't happen. That has me fired up right now to really take this and go do this work, because if we're not representing the community, then you're right, the task force, it's not going to be successful. I don't want you to feel as though you don't have an opinion, a thought that you can share with the task force. You do. Councilmember Shahal, you as well. I would love to talk to you after this just to hear more about your thoughts moving forward. But I just want to, just reiterate, this is not going to belong just to the members of the task force. It's going to belong to the people and the residents. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Darius. And again, you will, as you can see, an example of people that are going to feel safe when they come to this task force. It's going to be very inclusive. Okay, we have Councilmember O'Neill.
To clarify, just to make sure on this issue that there will be staff support. We have the commitment of the city manager that there will be some staff support. And so in terms of the city's resources to communicate this out, I believe the members of the core group have been working on a community letter that we are going to find the right way, what graphic form to send it. I think we're talking about sending it to every household in Santa Clara. and with, translation available, or, into English and Spanish, since Spanish is probably the second largest language spoken, or largest number of residents speaking. And the city clerk's office will assist us in taking, application inquiries from the public, and helping that process, working with the task force members to help them, like we can't have everybody on the task force itself, but the meetings, everybody will come to. And I'm hoping that, maybe there will be, the task force will go to a mom's group, one of the large apartment communities, or they'll go to Boy Scout troops that are affiliated with the Sikh community, or they'll, all of those are the kinds of things that we're going to need to do. Go to a place where senior Filipino members of the community, the park that they all like to go to, and talk to them, about, what happened to your family after World War II when you came here from the Philippines, or what all those stories that are part of Santa Clara. And so I think, the part of it is that so we will use the city resources to make sure that that outreach happens and that everybody has a chance to participate. I mean, not everybody can be on the commission, as I said, but anybody can go to the, the group will decide. I mean, they're going to be the experts on that. And they'll work with Markla, and, and the mayor mentioned all those other agencies. And I mentioned some of the other communities in Santa Clara will say, okay, maybe on a Friday night in between prayer at MCA, Andrew or Darius goes and says, hey, this is what we're doing. Can we schedule a time to come here, and you can, and your members can come, those are the kinds of things that will be happening. So I just hope everybody realizes we're just kind of at the, we've got a good start, but we're just about ready to jump out of the starting blocks if we can.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Hardy, and then I have another community member.
The one concern I have before I can support this is it's not clear who someone would call. Would they contact Darius? Would they contact the police department? Would they contact the city manager's office? If someone was truly concerned about this and wanted to be part of it, it's not clear to me who they would contact.
One of the things we talked about is the community letter going out to make sure that people know about it. We talked about starting a website and contact information and everything, because I think that's very important, that there is information out there on how people can participate and get involved, in different languages and other things. So that's part of going forward, those type of details. But it will be made, very clear, or not. It will be made clear at the time. So again, one foot in front of the other is kind of where we are right now. So I have a community member, Angel Zamora Garcia. Simrat, do you have?
Am I on?
Angel?
Yes.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
We can hear you.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Gilmore and council members. I hope you're all well, first of all. And thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. So my question is for Mayor Gilmore. If you're about call for action regarding systemic racism, why didn't you endorse any diverse candidates for council? Additionally, do you know why the police support an all-white slate as well? Thank you.
Thank you. That's a political question that belongs at a candidates forum, so that's not on our agenda today. Again, we are trying to start a task force on our issues of racism and other equality in the community. So thank you for that political question. Do we have any other public members? Okay. We're going to move forward now. We have a motion and a second to create this committee. Who?
Madam Mayor,
Oh,
this is
all
Raj.
right. I'm sorry, I didn't see. Councilmember Chahal.
No problem. No worries. Thank you. So I want to make something very clear. The end goal of this committee, of these 4 members, and my end goal, they are aligned. They all align. And out of all of us sitting on the dais, I know what it is to be a minority. I know what has gone, like instances has happened to me. So if somebody's trying to tell me that we are trying to sabotage this thing, they are playing politics about it, to be very frank. So my end goal is much higher. I would achieve much higher gratitude out of achieving what our goals are than like most of the council sitting on the dais probably. So let's not make it very political. I was only challenging this thing from the perspective of the process. The process has to be optics and transparency. That has to be very relevant. And if we start the foundation of something with wrong optics, wrong transparency, wrong startup, howsoever best we have, it will send a signal to somebody that this was not started the right way. I'm not challenging the people who will be selected. No, I'm not challenging that. But I'm challenging the process we followed. That is the only issue I have with this thing. And, I'm a minority within a minority. Sikhs are just 2% within India. So why would I not support this thing? I would be very much supporting this thing. And the end goal is very much to be supportive for that. So I just want to make sure none of the people sitting on the dais or people sitting in this office should treat it as a political stunt. It is not a political stunt. It is a process issue which I raised a question about. Thank you.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes, thank you for indulging me. So, Councilmember Chahal, I just wanted to ask you a question. So, I hear what you're saying. I think it's regrettable, and perhaps the process obviously was not perfect because we're now encountering these questions. And I'll be honest, I actually was kind of surprised. I think at one point I asked the mayor, I said, "Did Raj want to participate in this?" And she'd said, "Well, I hadn't heard from him." So you say you're in okay with the end goal. I mean, at this point, do you have are you saying that you want us to go back and start over or change, start from a new process? Or do you think that we can start from where we are and yourself or anybody else in the community could go forward and participate? I'm not quite sure, and I'm saying this respectfully, at this point, what would you suggest we do?
Thank you, Councilmember Teresa O'Neill. Yeah. So what I'm trying to say, I heard even Mayor said, I will call upon you to, I was expecting, okay, the Mayor will ask me, okay, Raj, and I don't know, I have to go to the tape that she requested everybody to be whosoever want to be, but I take her word. She said, I'll call upon you. So when we called upon these few people, I could have been called. I could have been approached. And let me come back to the.
Okay, wait, Raj. Let me just. I've heard you say that 3 times, and I understand that, and I respect that. I'm asking, what are you asking that we do now at this point in time?
I'm not saying we can do anything now, other than we could have done it better. That's what I'm trying to say.
I'll acknowledge that. It's an imperfect process. So as someone who was involved, I'll say, yes, we could have done it better. But it's a human process. Humans are not perfect. Looking back, there was a misunderstanding. I'm sorry for that, but I just want to know. I guess when we go to the vote, I'm hoping that you will be supportive. So even if this start was imperfect, that we can build on that and go forward and make the process better. So I would, I would hope that you can be supportive of that. Because otherwise, when people said, why have we gone so fast? Because, like I said, so many times these types of efforts lose momentum and they just sort of fizzle out. And I think we thought if we didn't move quickly and come back with something rather than just some amorphous nothing status report, that nothing would happen. I think you're in some surrounding communities, you're seeing that nothing really is happening. So I would, maybe I would just ask you to I'm willing to acknowledge that the process was imperfect, but I do hope that you will put the stature that you have in the community behind this and help it be better and be successful, because I fear that if you and Vice Mayor Hardy seem to be in opposition, that it will sabotage it before it can begin. That's my fear. And I don't think that that's what you really want. So if we acknowledge that the beginning wasn't perfect, can we go forward?
Thank you, Councilmember Teresa. Your words mean a lot to me. What you said, that you accepted something and you felt sorry, which you don't have to, but still I give a due regard to what you said to me, and you accepted that thing. It means a lot to me. And as I said earlier, my goal is 5 times than the goal of each one of you. I will be supporting this motion. That no doubt. Don't worry about it. I will be supporting it, and I will be interacting with all of these committee members, and I'll do anything possible to make this community even a better community, from the race, from ethnicity, from whichever angle you want to treat it. I will do my best. You rest assured, you take my word. I will not try to sabotage anything. No, I'm not for that. I will do anything, whatever possible, to make sure the goal of this committee, the ultimate committee, ad hoc committee, we fulfill it, and we do it best, and we do it fast. So rest assured, I'm supporting this thing.
I'm gratified to hear that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember O'Neill. Maybe I should have had you start first. I just want to remind Councilmember Chahal that when you contacted me last week, and first of all, I never said I will call upon you as council members. I want to set the record straight. I said, council members that are interested, let me know. So I just want to set that straight. And secondly, Councilmember Chahal, when you contacted me last week, I said I'll read my email back to you. It's good to hear that you have an interest. I'm not going to read the whole thing. I suggest that you offer your help at our council meeting after hearing our report. It would be also good if you could articulate how you could help the proposed task force. I didn't hear any of that tonight, and I gave you that last week, and you sent an email back, thank you very much. So, 10 weeks is a long time. It's been on all our city calendars that we meet and, talk. It's been very transparent what we were doing. We got authority from the city council, and it's just a shame that we had to go through all this to get where we're going tonight. I'm hoping for a unanimous vote, but it was painful to hear all this tonight, to try to do this. Thank you, Councilmember O'Neill. Like I said, I should have had you speak first. But we have all very good intentions, but we did act in a way that the chief and I thought was the right way to answer our commit to action. We followed that. The council unanimously supported it. you know, we were very proactive, and we're so lucky that we have these task force members. So I hope our task force members are not discouraged in any way. This is probably a reflection of the community of which you're going to encounter. So we hope that none of you change your mind, and I think we should vote on this right away before they do. But I want to thank everyone involved in this discussion and the situation, and I'm really excited. Despite all of the discussion tonight, I'm really excited that this is going to go forward. And thank you, Councilmember O'Neill, for talking about we will have city support and staff support to make sure that that the word does get out there, and that the committee has the help they need in terms of advertising the meetings and all those kinds of things. Because again, it's going to be a Brown Act committee, so it's going to have to be advertised. So we have a motion and a second. Assistant City Clerk.
Vice Mayor Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Heck yes. Okay. And that passes unanimously. Thank you. We're going to take a 5-minute break. Thank you. Can I go now? Okay. Welcome back, everyone. We still have apparently a lot of agenda to go. All right, so we're going to go back to consent calendar. So the next item I have on the consent calendar is item 2T, and that is, that was pulled by Councilmember Watanabe, action on award of contract for the Lick Mill East River Parkway Crosswalk Improvement Project.
Yes.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Okay, thank you, Mayor, and I hope, I don't know, I had asked if staff, I don't know if staff are still around. If they're not, it's okay, but, excuse me, yeah, this is great news. This is an intersection where there's been a lot of accidents and near accidents, and it's a very heavily crossed road, and it's right by Don Calajohn's school. And so I know staff went out and took a look at it and determined that there was that it would be good to put a hawk signal. It was a good place for a hawk signal. So anyway, I understand this is the RFP to do the work, and I was just wondering, I mean, I read the memorandum, but what the timeline is. Do we know if staff is here, Nora? If anybody's still?
This is Craig Morbeck, Director of Public Works.
Thank you, Craig, for still being here.
Yes, no doubt. Yeah, we're excited to move forward with this project, and this award would allow us to do that. We anticipate, once we get through, the submittal process, and these items that we're going to be constructing have to be fabricated, so they have long lead times. So we're looking about the fall of 21 that this project will be completed.
Wonderful. Okay, hopefully by the time, hope maybe the kids will be back in school by then, or if they're not beforehand. But that's really good news. Thank you so much, and for bringing that forward tonight. And I'll be happy to relay that information to the community as well, because I know a lot of people have been asking questions about that intersection. And then with the other Lick Mill improvements, it's really going to make a big difference along Lick Mill Boulevard. So again, thank you very much.
Do you have a motion on that?
So I would like to then motion for staff recommendation.
Second.
So a motion second for staff recommendation. Any council members, any public members? No. Okay, Assistant City Clerk.
Vice Mayor Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Neill?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Watanabe?
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal?
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore?
Yes.
Thank you.
And that passes unanimously. Thank you. Next, consent calendar item 2U, pulled by Councilmember Chahal, informational report regarding city's eviction moratorium and AB 3088, Assembly Bill 3088. Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. The reason I pulled this thing, I have a question, and then I would like the staff to give information to the resident what does this bill stand for, how they are protected for eviction. So my question is, our eviction ordinance expires in September 30th. So basically, we do not need to do anything regarding the eviction ordinance, because this one will cover us up to December 31st, 2021. Is that correct?
That's correct. Under the Assembly bill, the state now sets the law and controls the eviction moratorium, and our moratorium has essentially just sunsetted. And so this is now under the state legislative process.
Okay. And can we have a brief information what this bill, what privileges or what protections this AB 3088 gives to our community who are suffering from COVID-19?
Sure.
We
have a brief PowerPoint, like 2 slides or 3 slides, just to do a review. So if we can pull up the PowerPoint slide, Ruth, I'm going to ask if you can present it.
Ruth, you are muted.
I'm sorry. Okay, so I guess I was muted. So if we could go back to slide 2, and let me just go just really quickly. So on August 31st, the Governor Newsom signed AB 3088. It's also known as the Tenant Relief Act. The act has 2 basic time periods that provide some protection to tenants. So the first one is if a tenant experienced a COVID-related financial distress and has not been able to pay a part or all of their rent due from the time period between March 1st, 2020 and August 31st, 2020, then what they need to do is when the landlord presents them or if they sign a declaration of COVID-19 related financial distress, then they cannot be evicted for non-payment of rent. And then the second part of the bill provides that if a tenant cannot be evicted for failure to pay rent before February 1st of 2021, as long as they sign and return the declaration of COVID-19 related financial distress, provide that to the landlord, and they pay at least 25% of the rent that was owed from the period between September 1, 2020 and January 31st, 2021. So you need to pay 25% for that time period, and then you cannot be evicted on February 1st for non-payment of rent. So that's what the bill provides for. And then we have been working with our ERAP program, our Emergency Rental Assistance Program, and to provide the next round of assistance for our tenants who may need assistance on the 25% or to provide additional rent assistance so that they can be protected from eviction. As of February 1st, 2021, unless things change, the city may consider additional protections, but state law right now provides that that'll control, and so that there's no additional action needed by the city to protect renters through February 1, 2021.
Thank you, Ruth. I do have a question for the round 1 rental now that you brought this up. Have we started paying the amount to the tenants, or where we stand on that? Do you have any update on that?
Sure. So right now, as of today, there have been 45 households that have been funded with round 1. And then there are additional 27 right now that are in a queue that are about ready to be funded. And so what we do is we don't provide the money to the tenants. We fund the rent. We provide that to the landlord on behalf of the tenants. So we fund the landlord directly. And then there are an additional 32 households that are in a calculation review. So we're looking at their rental amount and how much that they earn to figure out how much that we actually should pay the landlord. And then there are 5 other households that still have not quite reached that calculation portion of the process. But we have been funding these applications and are continuing to move forward. Since we're talking, let's move to the next slide, just really quickly about round 2. So round 2 is an additional $1.5 million that the council provided. And so we've amended contracts with Bill Wilson Center and our Laserfish provider in order to accommodate the electronic applications. And the application period will open as of next Monday, and it'll be open for 3 weeks. The council authorized that the AMI requirements could be higher. The first round was at 60% AMI, and so the second round will be at 80%. And so our outreach process is that we've posted some information on our website, but by the end of this week, we'll be pushing out information on social media and providing for a press release. And then we have been gathering names on an interest list from our website since the round 1 had occurred. And so anyone who has signed up on that interest list or that could not be funded in round 1 for whatever reason will also get a direct outreach.
Okay, thank you. So the round 1, we funded around 105 because we're thinking of we can do around 200.
So we had around 200 applications come in, but not everybody provided their documentation. So whatever monies that the staff has been pushing really hard to get through all of the round one applications. And then so whatever monies that are still available, that we'll be able to fund additional amounts, additional households in round two, and which will be very helpful because we've brought in the AMI so that there are more people that will be eligible in our community for this program.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate your update.
Sure.
And with that, I'll make a motion to approve item 2U.
Second.
This is a note and file, right?
Yep.
Okay. Motion, note and file, second. Any other discussion on this? We'll wait. Is there a public member? There is. I can't see, can you call them, whoever it is? Thanks.
Number 4907.
Who is it? Oh, Anthony Becker, 4907. Anthony, are you on? Is he muted?
Please unmute yourself, Anthony.
Oh, I'm sorry. It was malfunctioning.
Okay, go ahead.
I just want to say thank you all for processing this because as a renter, I know the struggle a lot of people are going through right now. So I really do appreciate it because when I hear from on the streets, it's really tough for everyone. So thank you again.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Assistant City Clerk?
Vice Mayor Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Sorry, that passes unanimously. Our last consent calendar item is 2W, pulled by Councilmember Davis. It's information on alternate leasing plan for department stores at related Santa Clara project.
Thank you, Mayor. I got the answer that I wanted, so I'm going to move for staff recommendation for note and file.
All right, we have a motion. Is there a second? Second. Motion second. Any discussion on this one? Hold on. No discussion. Assistant City Clerk?
Vice Mayor Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal. Councilmember Shahal.
Councilmember Chahal? Is he on? And he's unmuted. Councilmember Chahal? Okay, so let's just keep going.
Okay.
He'll probably be back.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. And that passes 5-0 with one that had to step out of the room. Okay. All right. So our next item, we did public presentation. So our next item is public hearing general business. Item number 3, continuance of the hearings for proposed amendments to the Tasman East Specific Plan to modify the Tasman East Specific Plan land use plan and transportation policies, amendments to the transit neighborhood zoning district, and for the adoption of a specific plan infrastructure impact fee, including approval of a nexus study, setting rates for the fee, introduction of an ordinance, adding section 17.15.350 to chapter 15 of title 17 of the Santa Clara City Code, and establishment of the Tasman East Infrastructure Improvement Fund and related budget actions to November 17th, 2020 City Council meeting. So, direction to staff regarding, so is this a continuance of the entire item? City Attorney?
It's a
City Manager?
It's a continuance of the entire item, and we are seeking direction to prepare a resolution to override the ALUC determinations.
Okay, so it's continuing the first part of it and direction to prepare the letter for the second. right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes.
And this is a public hearing. Is it official public hearing, City Attorney?
We're not opening the public hearing.
Okay,
We're just
no open
continuing the
public
entire
hearing.
matter.
Okay, so could I have a motion, please, to continue that item number 1 and direction to proceed with item number 2?
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
Motion by
Second.
City Manager. Is there anything else?
No.
Okay, so there's a motion and a second. Is there any, Councilmember Chahal said he got kicked out of Zoom. He's think the internet issue on his end. Did he call back in?
Probably having the same problem I have. Yeah. It's very hard to do it by phone.
We're telling him to call in, right? You should use the cellular over his Wi-Fi.
Yeah, you have to often turn off the Wi-Fi cell phone so it'll handle it.
Should have had him walk down the street.
He probably lives the closest as any of us. For me, it's about a 10-minute.
Please bear with us, everyone. We're waiting for Councilmember Chahal to call back in momentarily.
Councilmember Shahal, please press *6 on your phone to unmute yourself. Councilmember Shahal, are you there?
Yes, I'm there. Can you
Okay,
hear me?
great. Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Okay. Okay, so Councilmember Chahal, we're on the continuance of item 3.1 and direction on item 3.2. And we have a
Thank you.
motion and a second for staff recommendation. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can
Okay.
hear you.
Okay.
I'll vote yes.
Okay, so Assistant City Clerk, yes, sorry.
Vice Mayor Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Sure.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes, sure.
Councilmember Chahal?
Yes.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
We can barely hear you. I heard a yes, but we can actually barely hear you.
And Mayor Gilmore.
Sorry, let me increase. Can you hear me now? Better?
It's better, but it's not great, but it's better.
Oh, okay, I'll simultaneously try my laptop. Thank you for the timing. Appreciate it. But my vote is yes.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Gilmore.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, so that passes unanimously. The next item we have is item number 4, actions on fiscal year 2019-20 year-end report and fiscal year 2020-2021 budget balancing impacts. So item A is action on fiscal year 2019-2020 budget year-end report. Approve the related budget amendment and approve a position relocation in the city attorney's office. I have comments on B, but we're just talking about A right now. So city manager?
Mayor, thank you. We have a PowerPoint that's ready to go, and I just want to acknowledge that this morning, late morning, we were on the phone with our state and federal lobbyist, and they provided some information that I think causes me to just want to take a pause. And I do have a presentation ready to go. But we did get an email confirmation at around 12:30 this afternoon. So as you can see, this is much like how COVID has disrupted our lives over the last 6 months with late breaking information. But they did mention that the House released an updated HEROES Act that's going to likely be considered by the House later this week and then moved on to the Senate. And in there is additional funds for state and local governments. And if you have not completed the census, now is the time to do it, because through the calculations, the city of Santa Clara would be eligible to receive $34.1 million in local fiscal relief funding. And the funding can be used to replace foregone revenues or to respond to negative economic impacts of the coronavirus. And so it's likely that there will be action based on our federal lobbyist over the next couple of weeks. And so with that, I know it's late in the hour and we have another lengthy item. I feel like there is room to just pause, bring fiscal year 19-20 back on October 13th or at a later time, and just wait for the outcome of this information, if that's how the council would like to proceed. If not, I'm ready to go with the PowerPoint, but I just wanted to share the late-breaking information.
Okay, thank you. I think that that's a really good idea because we want to make sure we have the latest information. It's important for us because of all the information that's out there and a lot of misinformation that's out there, that we need to communicate clearly on what's going on with our budget. And I know since this report came out, the council has a lot of questions and there's a lot of issues. But you know, when we do bring it back, we should bring it back as a study session as well. But having more time to get more revenue into the city is going to be super important for us because we still have a lot of work to do on not only COVID-related items, but other items as well. And so it's important that we are getting the right information, and especially when we have more positive information for our finances, I think it's going to be very important. So, council?
Would you like a motion then to continue?
Mayor?
I'd like to.
Yes, city manager?
I'd like to make a motion to continue, and I will say, we went through the budget report. This is the first good news we've had, other than the fact that we have wonderful people. Ken and Deanna, our financial manager, and our wonderful city manager have done an amazing job to help us get as far as we have, but to get some extra help, I think we need to pause and hold our breath and hope it comes through. So I'm making the motion to continue this item, hoping for more good news.
I'll second that.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
Can I request that we do pass or move and approve item A4, which is simply the change in the position. It has no budgetary impact, but I would like to get that position approved for my office.
Thank you. Karen, can you please?
Yeah. So
Vice
you
Mayor?
want a motion to approve 4A and to continue 4B?
No, approve
For A4, so subpart
4A4
4 of
only.
A. It's
4A4,
It's the
okay.
change in the position, title, and
Okay.
description in the city attorney's office for legal executive assistant. So why don't you take that one first and then continue the rest?
Okay.
Okay, so Vice Mayor, if you do that 4A4.
4A4,
So
yes.
a motion for approval of 4A4.
Absolutely.
Okay, that's a motion.
And
Is
I'll
there a
second that.
Motion second on approval of 4A4. I see, Councilmember Davis, is it on 4A4 or was it on the other part of the continuance for the next motion?
No, I just wanted to make the motion, but Karen jumped in there, so, and then it's been seconded, so yes, I'm going to support the motion.
Okay, so this is for approval of 4A4. Assistant City Clerk?
Vice Mayor Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. And that passes unanimously, City Attorney. Okay, so next we have your motion, Karen, to continue 4A and B. Can you turn on your microphone?
I thought I had.
There.
I'd like to make a motion to continue the rest of 4A and to continue 4B because of pending possible information.
Great. I'll second that motion.
Second.
Does that include our big check we're getting for 34 million? Okay. Yes, fingers crossed. There's a motion and a second. Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Are we voting?
Yeah, okay.
We thought you were
Okay,
commenting.
we know your vote now. All right. We were wondering. Okay.
She was getting tired.
God.
Okay. So we have motion, Assistant City Clerk. I don't see any comments or
Okay. Vice Mayor
hands
Hardy.
up.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis. Oh, yes.
Yes.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. And that passes unanimously. Thank you. All right, we're moving on. Our next item is Stadium Authority. Now put on your Stadium Authority hats. Stadium Authority general business item, and it's an informational report on Stadium Authority litigation. Stadium Authority Attorney, Mr. Doyle.
Thank you, Board Chair, board members, and city staff, executive director, and those viewing at home. I realize it's late. I realize it's a big report, but it's not my fault. The 49ers have sued us quite a bit. So the reason I'm bringing this forward is the board has requested, because there's been so much, I think a lot of misinformation running around in the public about what's going on between the 49ers and the Stadium Authority. There was a request that I bring forward a very high-level public report on describing what these various disputes are about. So first of all, I want to just give a very brief overview of how the stadium is set up from a legal entity standpoint. First of all, the city of Santa Clara owns the ground underneath the stadium. The city of Santa Clara leases the ground to the Santa Clara Stadium Authority, which is a separate legal entity. The reason this was done originally was to insulate the city of Santa Clara from any of the stadium debt and any of the stadium obligations, so that the people and the voters of Santa Clara would not be liable for anything that might go wrong financially with this setup. And that was all part of Measure J that the voters approved back in 2010. In turn, the Stadium Authority leases the stadium to Stadco for their football team, the 49ers, and the 49ers play in the stadium. They have priority for football games there, and basically the lease is divided between Stadco on the one hand, and the Stadium Authority keeps the non-NFL events as its revenue source on its side. They also have other sources of revenue from the sale of SBLs and some other income, but I won't go into all the details. But jointly, the Stadium Authority and Stadco both have Manco, this other company, the 49ers management company, manage the stadium for them. And Manco does this for the entire year and manages both the NFL and non-NFL operations and maintenance of the stadium. So in all, there are 7 cases filed against the Stadium Authority by the 49ers. So the 49ers have initiated all of the litigation against the Stadium Authority. 5 of these ended up in arbitration. 1 of them was already concluded. That was a facility reset, rent reset, which was decided in favor of this, even though the 49ers sued in arbitration. The Stadium Authority, the Stadium Authority won that case handsomely and did not have the rent reset down. It had the rent reset up. And so we're the beneficiaries of that, the conclusion of that arbitration. So currently there are 4 pending arbitration matters. 1 involves shared stadium expenses. 1 involves the public safety cap. Another is the procurement ordinance amendment, and the latest one is over buffet costs. And I'll go over what is at stake in each of those arbitrations a little bit later in the presentation. And then there are 2 cases that the 49ers filed against the Stadium Authority in Superior Court. So that's the first one is a declaratory relief action in which the 49ers are seeking to prevent access to documents and records and financial records. And the second one is what I refer to as the termination case, in which the 49ers are seeking to have the court stop the board from terminating the management agreement. And finally, there's an additional case, which is really not much more than a contract dispute. It's over an agreement that was signed between the 49ers against the city, and it involves a separate agreement between the city and the 49ers for the use of the city's former golf course for parking. And that agreement has been terminated, but the city felt it was owed money still under the agreement, which the 49ers refused to pay, but then the 49ers sued the city for a refund first, so the city has counterclaimed for what they think is owed to them, to us. So first, getting back to the arbitration claims, the first one is over the shared stadium expenses. The 49ers have been refusing to show proper purchasing and labor code compliance to support the shared stadium expenses. The 49ers then prepared a shared stadium expense budget for the joint stadium management. This board questioned the amounts because there was no backup to show proper purchasing and labor code compliance. The 49ers forced the Stadium Authority to borrow money through a revolving loan from the 49ers to pay themselves money that they say the Stadium Authority says has not been justified. And at the end of the year, then the Stadium Authority directed the trust to use that Stadium Authority revenue to pay a subordinated loan, which is a debt that was owed on the construction of the stadium, but instead the 49ers did not take that as a repayment and instead paid themselves back on the revolving loan, which the Stadium Authority never requested to borrow. So the result is the 49ers have paid themselves money that the Stadium Authority never authorized and earned interest on subordinated loan amounts that were never repaid. So that's essentially what those claims are about in the arbitration. The public safety cap requires us to go back to Measure J. Measure J prohibits the city from paying the stadium operations. The stadium lease has this very, very strange section of it that provided for a cap on the amount of money per NFL game that the 49ers pay back to the city. And it then requires that the stadium authority pay the excess to the city out of non-NFL revenue. So in effect, that cap works as a subsidy of NFL revenue, what would otherwise be stadium authority, non-NFL revenue, to subsidize NFL operations, which doesn't violate Measure J, but it does certainly reduce the ability of the city to earn revenue from the stadium authority. So every year since the stadium opened, the cap has been exceeded by hundreds of thousands of dollars, currently millions of dollars, resulting in reduction in performance rent, or in the first 3 years it was paid out of the discretionary fund. The stadium authority under the lease has the right to trigger a negotiation of a change in the cap after the first 3 years, and we did trigger that right. The 49ers have refused to increase the cap at all. They have not even made a proposal about increasing the cap, and they're demanding payment of almost all the $700,000 over the cap for the 4th year and $1 million for the 5th year. And this year it looks like it's going to be even worse. The stadium authority's position is that the 49ers breached the lease by failing to negotiate a cap increase and for miscalculating the cap. And then this is really kind of a minor arbitration, but it's still something that they have made a claim against the stadium authority. If you recall that back in, I think it was late last year, because the board felt that they could not trust what the 49ers, what the management company was doing with respect to purchasing and contracting on behalf of the stadium authority. They decided that they wanted to reduce that authority that had been delegated to the stadium, to Manco. And at the time, that the way they did that was they reduced the executive director's contracting authority that was in the ordinance. And somehow the 49ers felt that that was a violation of their rights, even though it's very clear that the stadium authority and the city have the right to amend their own ordinances and have the right to revoke whatever authority they gave to the executive director. They can't contract that to somebody else. That authority has to remain with the public entity that is represented by elected representatives. Then here's the one, I think I mentioned this a couple meetings ago. We got this arbitration demand because the stadium authority lease says that the 49ers can require the stadium authority to pay buffet costs that are provided to certain SBL holders. So the stadium authority owns the SBLs, and they issue licenses to the holders. In conjunction with the sale of some of those licenses, there's an agreement to provide certain buffets, and the lease says that under certain circumstances, the 49ers can get the cost of those buffets from the stadium authority. We went along merrily for the first 4 years when the 49ers never billed us for such costs, and then suddenly when they decided that they wanted to get some money out of us, they demanded $4 million in 2019 for those costs, and they've now filed a claim in arbitration for that money. We question the validity of those claims, and they never put them in the budget. There is no budget for them now, and so we're obviously disputing the payment of that $4 million. It couldn't have come at a worse time, obviously, considering all the impacts that we're feeling from the COVID crisis. Okay, this is where I started, the declaratory relief action. So this is back in 2016. I think there were only a few of you that were on the board at that time, but you demanded back then that the management company provide the records to the stadium authority for its financial dealings. And the stadium authority said, no, you can't do that. You can't declare a breach. You need to give us an estoppel certificate saying that we haven't breached anything. So we never did that. We said, we don't know because you haven't given us the records. And then we countersued to get the records. Since that time, the manager, stadium manager, has dismissed its lawsuit against the stadium authority and the mayor. They originally sued the mayor. We're not really sure why. Our lawsuit continues because we still haven't gotten the records. Lo and behold, it's almost 4 years later since you first demanded the records, and we still haven't gotten the records. And they've been using their lawyers in this lawsuit to delay, and stop. And we do have some motions going on right now, and hopefully we'll get something before too long. Now, in the termination cases, this was fairly recently that this happened. This was just last year. If you recall, you terminated the management agreement for some quite egregious breaches by the stadium authority, by the management company with regard to violations of the labor code. We've discovered that they had no idea how to comply with the prevailing wage codes of the state. They really didn't know how to do procurement under our code, and they were looked like they were engaging in some other activity that was subject to a breach notice that we filed against them. Within days of announcing that we were terminating the agreement, the management company sued the stadium authority to try to prevent the termination. The original termination was only for non-NFL event management services. And we were trying to say that maybe they can keep the management for just the NFL part of their management activities. However, we discovered further along that they had been engaging in very serious self-dealing violations. If you recall the Red Box Bowl information that we brought to council about how they were siphoning off money, revenue from the non-NFL and giving it to Stadco for advertising, but what's wrong with that is the same people that were negotiating the deal were negotiating to have money put in their own pockets. And originally they attempted to dismiss our counterclaim that said that the termination was a valid termination, and the court has denied their attempt to dismiss that, and they have now the case has now been consolidated with the declaratory relief on the records case. So now these two cases will proceed together. And the golf course case, as I said before, just involves a breach of contract action, and not much progress has been made on this one. And the most recent case is actually not a case that was really filed between the Stadium Authority and the 49ers. It was an action filed. It's called an in rem action. It means it's meant to be valid against everybody in the entire world. And it was just simply to get a judgment from the court that it's the Stadium Authority's board's approved budget that is the valid budget of the Stadium Authority. And one would think this would be a fairly straightforward proposition, that the public entity's budget gets to be approved by the elected representatives of that public entity, and that would be the valid budget that the world would consider it had a right to payments from. But the 49ers, in their infinite wisdom, decided that they didn't think that would be a good thing to happen, so they have moved to, they made them demur, basically saying you can't do that, you can't get a judgment from a court saying that the budget is valid. And that is going to be heard next week in the Superior Court in Santa Clara County. And then briefly, I just want to point out there is another case out there that people have heard about, which is the appeal, and it's the appeal of the assessor against the 49ers decision in a tax, in the appeal of their property interest, their possessory interest tax. But I just wanted to bring up the inconsistencies in the cases that have been filed in Superior Court. In the tax appeal case, CFO Larry McNeil told the appeals board that the parties' contracts were designed to allow the authority to remove the 49ers management company and appoint an outside booking agent if the public entity was not satisfied with the performance of the 49ers management company in booking events. But in our case, where we're trying to terminate them, they say, the 49ers, they are now saying that you can't terminate us, even though you're engaged in wrongdoing such as fraud, misappropriation, and self-dealing. Interesting things to say in a public court. All right. What are the facts? Neither the city council nor the board has ever initiated any litigation against the 49ers. I know there are people out there saying that you guys are litigation happy and you're initiating litigation against the 49ers. That has not happened. It is not true. The Stadium Authority has authorized collection of facility rent when the 49ers stated that they would deduct 20%. We issued them a notice of default, and guess what? They paid it. So I think we were right about that. So I don't know who's complaining about that one. And so, and the city and then in terms of our counterclaims, well, the city and the Stadium Authority must defend the public's funds and assets against the 49ers' claims in litigation, and must assert legitimate counterclaims against them. That's my duty as your attorney to bring up what is duly owed the public by the 49ers, especially when they sue us. What are our goals in being part of this litigation? Our goals are to not pay public funds that are not due to the 49ers. It's to restore public trust in how a publicly owned stadium is being managed. It's to ensure that public funds have been expended properly and legally. It's to protect blue-collar workers at Levi's Stadium. And it's to ensure that the debt can be repaid by the city's general, and that the city's general fund receives what it's due. So we're trying to defend the public's interest in terms of staying part of this litigation. What's the 49ers' goal? Is to hide what they're spending our money on. They're spending money outside the approved budget. They're subsidizing NFL operations with Stadium Authority revenue. They're hiding records of their financial management. They're hiding failure to pay prevailing wage, and they're hiding their own self-dealing. That's what they're trying to accomplish by suing us. People are talking about, hey, well, if we just talk pretty to them, they'll just resolve this whole thing. I don't see how that works. I mean, they weren't going to pay the rent until we sent the default notice. The only thing these people understand is a sledgehammer. So I have no pie in the sky ideas that if we just start talking pretty, somehow they'll dismiss all these claims where they're claiming millions of dollars against us. They have never made any offer to cut any of these claims against us. So I don't know what all this talk is about. We don't have the ability to resolve something unilaterally where they're suing us. I mean, what are we going to do? The 49ers have never provided the public with any full, transparent accounting of their management of the stadium. We have no idea how they've been managing the stadium, especially in the first 3 or 4 years. It's pretty much a black box as to what they were doing over there. And, we've got to defend the public's right to the performance rent payments, to the city's general fund, and the public control of the non-NFL revenue and expenses. I mean, there's just no two ways about it. We've got to maintain that right, and we can't just give up and give them a whole bunch of money, which is at this point seems to be the only way that these litigations can be resolved. We're not going to be doing that. People that have ideas that you just, I heard people say we should start talking to them. We talk to them regularly. They never discuss realistic ways to satisfy the public's legitimate concerns here about resolving these issues. One would think if one were accused of self-dealing, well, what one would say if one wasn't self-dealing, well, why don't you look at the books? You can see everything. You can see that we didn't self-deal. They've never said that. In fact, they've done the actual opposite. They try to hide everything that they've been doing, and they've been fighting tooth and nail to keep us from seeing the books, to see whether or not they really are self-dealing. We already know that that there's been self-dealing to some extent, and it sure smells like there's been a whole lot more, and we really need to find out. So I don't hold much hope that suddenly we're going to start singing Kumbaya and this is all going to be, resolved quickly. Those are my comments. Unfortunately, that's where we're at. I would love to not have to deal with all this litigation. I've been very, very busy. It takes me away from my, even though the Stadium Authority does pay for my time and it doesn't come out of City General Fund, I would much rather be devoting my time and efforts to helping the public get through this COVID crisis, but apparently the 49ers think that it's better for them to keep myself and city staff busy with satisfying their need for more money from the public of Santa Clara. So those are my statements, comments, information. So any questions that the board may have or the public would like to comment, I'm here.
Okay, thank you, Brian. Thank you for that report. Again, there's so much false information out there, and it just seems to be getting thicker and thicker of false information. So are we going to put this report on our website and put it out so people can actually see it and read
Yeah,
it?
it will be.
And when we hear, oh, we're so tired of the city suing the 49ers, we have something to refer to. Because even though people hear the facts, they choose not to relay the facts. And it's just amazing to me that they're, again, on the litigation. An example is not paying rent. That was not the first time they didn't pay their rent. There was a time when there was a different mayor sitting here and they stopped paying their rent. And we had to find out to get them to do it, and they, paid up, but they were 2 months behind and nobody said a word. So if we're not on top of it, we're not going to get the rent, and the rent helps us pay down the debt of the stadium. So these are, at the very minimum, they've got to pay their rent. But why do we have to be on top of them? That's just a simple example of the others. I have hope that when we're in court, unfortunately, that's what it's taking. When we're in court, that the judge, as they have in the past, have seen that the public right should win over anything else, and it just takes a while to get there. But I think what you pointed out, the most egregious thing, after all this, they are asking for a massive property tax reduction. And so one of the biggest benefits of having the stadium here, and I was a proponent, I wasn't a proponent of false promises and broken promises and mismanagement and fraud and wage theft. I'm not a proponent of that. I do believe that our stadium would be successful if it were professionally managed. And we will get to that point where it's professionally managed, but it's not going to be with the 49er management company. But one of the biggest benefits offered that I talked about myself was the possessory interest tax, the property tax that the city was going to receive, our share of that. And everyone shared, the county share, everybody share property taxes. And I didn't know this, but from day one, I think before the stadium was even built, they put in a property tax dispute from day one. So disingenuous from day one. It wasn't, just the soccer park and other things, the creek trail and everything else. Disingenuous from day one, and not upfront and honest with the public about, what was going to be a big benefit. And now they're, trying to, luckily this county assessor with some gentle guidance from the city of Santa Clara, so in some cases, convinced the county assessor to appeal that. So, because that's a massive loss for everyone, especially our school district. in the hundreds of millions of dollars. So, but again, disingenuous from day one. And had they completed all their promises and stuck to the promises that they made to our whole community, we would be in excellent shape. But they didn't, and they're not, and so we need a higher authority to help us, like we did with the rent, like we, have done with getting them to pay the rent. I mean, we have to do that, unfortunately, so that we can protect our community from this. So, Authority Member O'Neill.
Thank you, Board Chair. Yeah, I think we, all love the team. I know the mayor's more of a soccer fan. We love the team. We love the players.
Especially the quarterback.
And I think, the way for us, I like to have happy relationships with people. And I think the way for us to achieve that, it's a solution that we propose to them, and that's to, remove them from the management role and let them focus. They have many enterprises that still having this, just being a tenant of the stadium allows them to leverage. They can focus on making the team win, the next 3 Super Bowls in a row. And if we, could get in a professional management company, we won't have to spend as much time. The city attorney can focus on how to help people with their rental assistance and avoid being evicted. And the 49ers can focus on those championships, and we'll have a professional company that can help us have appropriate events, and maybe go back to that idea that they made fun of that when I suggested a couple years ago that we look at having cricket and some other sports that would appeal to our community, and they were very dismissive of that suggestion. So I think when people say to me get along, I said I think the answer to us being able to get along again is if we're not, either one of us is not directly involved in the management of the stadium. So I appreciate the comprehensive report.
Thank you for that very simple solution, Authority Member O'Neill. Okay, anyone else? Any other comments? Thank you very much, Brian, for the report. Yes, Executive Director?
Oh, I love that, Executive Director.
Oh, is that, didn't that sound, it sounded like our Executive Director, Authority Member Davis.
Yes, the Stadium Authority member. Thank you, Brian, for the report. And I know that it's taken a lot out of all of us because it just, they won't give us records. We keep going round and round with them. And it's a very simple solution is to just give us what we need. And I think that their simple solution is that we just say yes to everything they want, and they just can run the city the way they want it because that's what they did in the past. And I think that's why we have so many problems. They've made personal attacks on us, and for what? I mean, it's not personal, it's business. So the mayor asked about the website. I was going to ask that question, but now it's to the point where because of so much misinformation being out there at this time, city manager, executive director, is it possible that we send out a litigation report from the city attorney to the residents, like part of their electric bill or whatever, so that they do get the factual information and not the misrepresentation that is out there? Because it just seems every time there's an election year, all of a sudden everything comes out the wrong way. Or prior to an election year, we're doing all these horrible things to the poor 49ers. And every time we do make a decision as a board, it has been unanimous, but that never seems to get out there either. So I'm just wondering, Executive Director, is it possible for us to do that? Do we have funds to actually get that information out, the correct information out to our residents? Is it a possibility?
If that's the pleasure of the board, we certainly can put something like that in place.
Could you, at the next Stadium Authority meeting, bring back what it would cost us to do that, to get that information out? I mean, would that, because I think we have to have a total board approval to do this. I'm just thinking maybe it would be a good idea to really keep our people informed as to really what's going on with them.
There's,
And
there's this is something like this wouldn't require a board action. There is funds in the budget for under the G&A portion of the budget. The council could say, yes, fine, we acknowledge that we want this litigation report to be mailed. For mailings or in bill inserts, we generally don't come back to the council for that type of board action. But since you brought it up, if that's the direction that you would like for us to pursue, I can tell you that based on our last Economic Development Communications and Marketing Committee meeting, I believe that we shared that a mailer for citywide mailing is roughly about $10,000. So that would be the estimated cost.
okay, then I, by consensus, would hope that we could do it right now and put it out there and let our residents know that we are being fiscally responsible with their money.
Second, that's a motion.
Yes, it's a motion.
Okay.
All right, we have a motion and a second.
Question to maker of the motion, is this included with the note and file or separate from that?
Can we also note and
Yes.
file the report?
Yes, yes. Nora, yeah, so the action of the stadium authority is to note and file the authority litigation, but I want to take it one step further to put it out to the public, what Brian has called out as our city attorney and what is actually going on with the stadium authority.
Council member or board member and chair, I want to, it's late and I only captured the cost of the mailing. There will be printing cost as well associated with that. So it is going to be slightly higher than 10,000, but there are dollars in the budget.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, we have a motion and a second. Authority Member Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. Question for city attorney, like we have so many cases pending, so how long will it take to resolve these cases? Like hypothetically or in a practical way, like how long will it take to get these things resolved?
That's entirely up to the 49ers. I mean, I would resolve it tomorrow.
No, court, I think.
In court? Well, we have several, I mean, there's 8 different things going on, and they'll all take different times. I would hesitate to,
Speculate.
I'd hesitate to speculate, but, I think the earliest some of the arbitration may be done within a year, but I would expect that the court cases might take longer. We'll see. Certainly the validation action should happen a lot quicker. But unfortunately, it's very hard for me to predict because of COVID. It's really clogging up the courts.
Okay, Authority Vice Member, wait a minute. Let me see how I say this. Hardy? Vice Authority Member Hardy?
Thank you. I like the idea of putting this out on our website when the city manager puts out her report, making this a line item. I love the fact that I have a paper copy of this and can show people. It's very clear. I'm really worried about the cost of printing this and sending it out. In fact, the joke is in education is the best way to keep a secret is to put it in a manual, because if there's too much there, people won't read it. I think having a line item on our city website and having this report link right to it, I think having a line item in what the city manager puts out in her weekly report, that could be done quicker to get this ready for printing and get it printed and get it mailed. Board Member Davis's concern is about information. That would be really hard to get out before ballots drop. That's a reality. And I would like to see it available in a way that anyone could see that one line item and get that, but anyone who wanted more information, it would be there. That's why I love the idea of it being on the city website, easy to find, because we have a great website now. I'm just concerned about the cost and what we'd get from it.
Thank you, Authority Member O'Neill.
So I have maybe another suggestion that might be in the middle. We know about our famous utility bill inserts, even though sometimes when I get it, it's what's happened is already. But what you could do, you could put a scan code. You could put a scan code on something. And if somebody wants to say, if you can go, if you're interested in more information about the Stadium Authority, here's where you go.
I think that we should do all those things. We should put on utility bill, we should put a line on the website, and we should send direct mail. And I'll tell you why. As when she was vice mayor, not vice authority member, Hardy said, not everyone has computer. Not everyone looks at website. We have to connect I agree with you. We have to connect our community in many different ways and in many different opportunities. Ask anyone in communication when they send out information, you have to disseminate it all kinds of different ways. This is really important that we get this information, and we've never done anything like this.
Right.
It's really important that we get this information out, and we need to do it in all of those ways.
Because I was going to say, the reason I said a scan code, because for a lot of people in our community, this is the only computer they have. They may not have a computer in their house, but the smartphone is so prevalent. That's why I was saying if we did something with a scan code where they could scan it, and then they could see it very quickly on their phone, because, like I said,
I think it's a great idea. Yeah.
So that would be my, that if we're going to do something, include a scan code, because then those who don't have a computer could easily read it.
Can we have the maker of the motion include all those things? Utility bill, scan code, line item on the computer, any type of outreach, all the types of outreach, including mail.
Absolutely, because when you put out a media blitz, you do a multifaceted approach, and what you are saying is absolutely true. We need to cover as many people as we can, because Stadium Authority Hardy did bring up the fact that not everybody has a computer.
Okay, thank you. So we have a motion and a second. Does your motion include all that? Authority Member
Yes,
Davis?
it does.
Thank you. We have a community member on, Habir Bhatia.
Hi, thank you, Mayor and Council. I think this is a great idea that we have the facts available to us. I would only ask that if, hello?
Yes.
Sorry.
Hello?
Sorry. It looked like, for some reason, it looked like I got thrown off. So yes, I said thank you for that. I think it's a great idea to have these facts out there. I only ask that just be careful, because sending out this much, mailers will be just very, very costly for us, and also makes it a problem when it comes to creating more waste right now, especially with all that's going on. And secondly, I think this is a great way to get into creating more transparency. If we could do this type of activity for all major issues that our city faces versus just this one, then it will be much more consistent versus just doing this for one challenge we have. We have a lot of problems going on in our city. In our north side, we need a general area plan and get more details, or anything else that you guys think of. It would be great that you guys take such efforts and initiatives for all things that are going on with our city. We can make sure all the residents actually have all the facts. And it was good to see the presentation by Brian. I just don't appreciate the laughing, because it just kind of made it seem like it was a light subject, but I'm sure he has his reasons. So that's all I have to say. I appreciate that this be added as a regular activity for all major issues in the city.
Thank you. And it's nice that you've heard the facts as well. So we have a motion and a second. So let's have a vote. Assistants, let's see, Clerk of the Authority, Clerk, Authority Clerk. Oh, sorry, guys.
Okay. Vice Chair Hardy.
Yes.
Board Member O'Neill.
Yes.
Board Member Davis.
Yes.
Board Member Watanabe.
Yes.
Board Member Shahal.
Yes, and I raised my hand. I'll make a quick comment, like.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Mayor might have missed. Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Yeah, my vote is yes. But I would like, as Harbi mentioned, it's a good idea to put other items like that in on our website, like all the
Can
other.
I remind you, wait, Councilmember Chahal, let me remind you, we're talking Stadium Authority only right now.
Okay.
And Mayor Gilmore.
Yes.
Chair Gilmore.
Chair Mayor. And that passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Next, we have reports of members and special committees. Do we have any member reports?
Mayor, I was just going to mention about when we visited the River of Life Christian Church.
Oh, yes, please.
Yeah,
That was
last Thursday.
pretty
and
impressive.
Yeah, that was they've been doing food distributions Tuesday, Thursday, and Sundays, and they are feeding up to as many as 7,000 people a week right now, and it's a phenomenal distribution. They're working in partnership with Second Harvest, and the food is just phenomenal. I mean, it's good, healthy, nutritious food, and the people come, they pull up, and they're volunteers from the church that are putting boxes together with, fruit and good organic bread or and vegetables and meats and then some hot foods as well. And so everybody comes, picks it up, and leaves, and it's just a wonderful operation. We were really impressed with it and met some people that are interested in looking at another platform in terms of getting not necessarily groceries, but other incidentals that people may not be able to have access to, so they don't have to be waiting in line, that they can order it and go pick it up. And so it was a really productive day, and just wonderful to be able to see what the River of Life Church is doing. And actually, they are the largest distribution center of food outside of Second Harvest. So it's really quite a phenomenal operation, and right here in our backyard. So it was a good visit.
Thank you. I was going to also invite them to come to one of the Mayor at Noon shows to talk about their food distribution, because it's open to anyone that needs it. And it's just like you said, a phenomenal operation, and they're doing so much to help the community during this crisis. Councilmember O'Neill, followed by Vice Mayor Hardy.
Okay. Thank you. I just wanted to mention that I have been attending via Zoom an emergency task force on the unhoused that the Board of Supervisors convened, and it's the chair is the Board of Supervisors Chair Cindy Chavez, and the Vice Chair is our Supervisor Susan Ellenberg. And right now, the first few meetings have been kind of a data dump on all the programs, the various approaches, the models. I mean, it's just kind of overwhelming. And then the next, we're going to have a couple of sessions on the finances. And at the end, we're supposed to say, how do we solve this problem? What they're trying to do is to figure out how to get, instead of focusing on the long-term building of housing, what can we do, almost immediately to get as many people as possible off the street? So, and it's been very interesting, because advocates for the unhoused and people who were formerly unhoused have been calling in, and some of them are, and rightfully so, very, very passionate and kind of upset about what has happened. So the meetings have been very interesting. So, like I said, if anybody's got good ideas, and I know we've talked about some, things about safe parking and things like that. So it's been very interesting to hear the pros and cons of every approach that's been tried by the various communities that have tried it. So, but still, if anybody out there has an idea for how something that we could do to get more people off the streets and into a safer situation, send me an email here at the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Hardy.
Thank you. BPAC was able to finally meet. We had our first Zoom meeting in September on the 21st. We worked on a lot of back items, things that had sat for a long time, and the plan is to have 2 more meetings before the end of the year. I do have one concern because we call it the NERC, the Neighborhood University Relations Committee, has been put at 7 o'clock and the BPAC starts at 4. I'd love to say I was going to be done, but I'm not certain I would, and I didn't know if we realized that we had double booked that, and I was a little concerned.
Vice Mayor, you can always say, I'm sorry, we have to end the meeting because I have to be at
Well,
another one.
that is the plan. But I wondered if that was also
We're behind you and
on
support
purpose.
you. We support you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you for that. Seeing no others, we have City Manager, Executive Director report.
I just want to remind everyone that the virtual parade of champions is on October 10th. And I just want to thank everyone for submitting videos to participate in honoring our local heroes. I've had an opportunity to review our city department videos as well as those made by council members, and they are just top notch, and we are going to shine for the parade, the virtual parade on October 10th. And also I mentioned earlier, there has been a postponement with the census deadline, so there's still lots of opportunity for residents to participate and make sure that they're counted. We now have until the end of October, which is great. And the proof is in the pudding with respect to the news that I had earlier and the opportunity of an additional allocation at the federal level. So now is the time for people who haven't been counted to make sure they are counted. We really need Santa Clara residents to be counted for future distributions from the federal government. That's it.
Thank you, City Manager. So it leads us to our adjournment. The first individual that I'd like to ask the council that we adjourn tonight's meeting in memory of is Richard James Rick Whitmire, son of founder of Stan's Donut Shop and long-term Santa Clara resident. Rick Whitmire was born on October 14th, 1952 to Stanford. We knew him as Stan, and Tina Whitmire. He worked faithfully at Stan's Donut Shop alongside his father, Stan, when he loved giving something special to the community of Santa Clara, Rick made his family so proud with his dedication to our country and time spent in the Army. He always talked about picking pineapples in Hawaii while in the service. His biggest loves were God, his family, including his 2 daughters, his parents, and his 8 siblings, music, and golf, where he scored 2 holes in 1 at one of his favorite hangouts, Prune Ridge Golf Course. Rick also had a special bond with his French bulldog, Bags, who he treated as his son. As an avid gamer, Rick loved playing video with his best friend, Tyler Bernath, for over 15 years. At 65, he started a YouTube channel called Gaming in Your 60s, where he would give gaming tutorials. Rick passed away on August 21st, 2020, at the age of 67. He is survived by his daughters, Nicole and Carly, who were the lights of his life. Vice Mayor Hardy, I think you're reading. Do you need this? The next one? I'll need it back after. Thanks.
I would like to honor Linda Jeannie Ezzerini, long-term Santa Clara resident and former member of the Santa Clara Sister Cities Association. Linda Ezzerini was born on October 2nd, 1948 in McCook, Nebraska, to Bill and Dorothy Squires. She relocated with her family to California when she was very young. At the age of 20, Linda met her husband, Bill Ezzerini, and married him in Reno 3 months later. The cute story is they still had the ring, they paid, I think, $30 for their rings and for their license, which was adorable because they ran off. Linda was an active member of the Santa Clara United Methodist Church here across the street from us and the Italian Catholic Federation, the Santa Clara Elks Club, the Red Hat Society, Santa Clara Sister Cities, and I had the honor to serve with her for 10 years on the Mission City Opera Board, and she was wonderful to work with. Her laughter and her smile were infectious. Linda passed away on September 5th, 2020. She's survived by her husband of 51 years. See, that $30 paid off. And her sons, Matthew and Andrew, her grandchildren, Beverly and Joseph. And she'd be greatly missed by those lives who were touched by her love and kindness.
And finally, I'd like to ask that we adjourn this meeting in memory of Barbara Kolb, long-term Santa Clara resident. Barbara Kolb was born on June 19, 1924 in Spokane, Washington, and grew up in Glendale and Oakland, California. A classic World War II love story, Barbara met Bill Kolb at a USO, which is a United Service Organizations, dance at the Alameda Naval Air Station. A marriage proposal and a rowboat on Lake Merritt was followed by a wedding and a honeymoon bus trip to the California state capital, Sacramento. Thus began a marriage of 58 years, a family with 10 children, and true everlasting love. Barbara was a loving and supportive mother who supported her children's personal endeavors and was an active parent volunteer with the Santa Clara Swim Club throughout the 60s and 70s and the Santa Clara Junior Theater through the 70s and 80s. Some may remember the Kolb family swimmers. She was an amazing role model of civic responsibility as she worked on local, state, congressional, and presidential campaigns. Barbara donated to a variety of charities to protect children, Native Americans, endangered animals, and the environment, as well as to support Special Olympics, cancer research, and political candidates. Throughout her 96 years, Barbara was ever curious. An avid reader, in addition to countless novels, she read the newspaper every morning to stay informed and active in her community, her country, and the world. Barbara passed away on September 9th, 2020, at the age of 96. She is survived by her children, Mary Gilbert, Kathy Mwali, Claudia Thomas, Peggy Aaron, Glenn Kolb, Amy Tucker, Pam Treader, Debbie Valoria, Susie Andrade, and Leslie McCoy. Her 9 sons-in-law, daughter-in-law, 15 grandchildren, 11 great-grandchildren, countless nieces, nephews, and several honorary children. She'll be missed by many, especially her family and those in this community. So do I have a motion to adjourn in all of their memories?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Assistant City Clerk?
Vice Mayor Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
And Mayor Gilmore.
Yes.
Thank you.
And that passes unanimously, and this meeting is adjourned.